Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Bronx telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
Yep.
What's happening?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, happy Saturday.
Ladies,
Yes.
Welcome to the verdict room.
Hi, Poppy. Welcome,
everybody's
welcome.
looking fresh.
Fresh, so fresh and so
Yes.
clean.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody dope as me.
Wiki
Just saying.
whack.
Yes, there you go.
Word.
Welcome. Word
Yep.
up. Word up. Where'd that
Yep.
come from? No
I don't
idea.
know. You started, Joey.
Yeah, I did it. It was my fault.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. Everybody have a good.
Everybody.
Did you guys have a great week?
Mm.
Yeah.
Very good week.
I mean,
Mm.
yeah, okay, Mike, I get it. He said, So,
Uh-oh,
moving
what
on.
happened?
Oh, everything.
Oh,
It's
no.
still happening.
The joys of being a business owner. That's what happened.
Yeah.
It's still happening.
How about you, Dago? Did you have a good week?
Always, 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 always. Yes, I did for the most part. Well, when I'm in here, it's always a great week because I get to be surrounded by all you guys and all the beautiful people in here, as always.
Yeah. buddy.
Besides that, yes, everything was good. Thank you. For
And your
asking.
wife is back and everything's back to normal?
Oh yeah, she'd have. Believe me, if she hadn't have been, if she'd have been gone this long, I'd have been in the psychiatric unit by now. I'm just telling you, there's no way.
You got that pull
I
up
knew
in
it.
Yeah, Dago don't function without her around. It just doesn't happen. So just saying.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Yes, yes, yes. Super excited for tonight's show. We have an amazing guest joining us here. Logan's very familiar with, of course, Mr. Travis from Travesty Logic. Logan got to meet him first and foremost and had an amazing show the other night, guys. If you didn't see it, you need to go check that one out. And we're lucky enough to have him joining us tonight with Miss Kim, Mikey, myself, and her again. If you guys have not yet followed or subscribed to Travis's channel, again, like I always say, what are you doing with your life? Come on, you guys. It's an amazing channel. He does amazing things. It's an amazing resource in the true crime community, especially with this case, you guys. I'm just telling you, truly and honestly,
And even
you need to
like,
subscribe.
talking to him backstage is, like where his mind is.
Oh,
he
yeah.
hasn't even, he hasn't even had time to go further.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know,
And we were telling him, like, you're going to be busy for years with the information in this case there. If you want to be.
Oh, absolutely. I also think that it's a different angle that nobody really dug in. Nobody's dug into it this angle
Right.
yet, but we didn't know we needed this. We needed this.
Yes. And it 100%. It gave justification. And Travis will introduce himself as he does and tell you he's not an expert. But he does such an amazing job. In my opinion, he was taught by one of the best, Peter Hyatt, who is amazing in the true crime community and has done amazing things. He sadly is no longer with us, and I feel that Travis is doing a great job at taking forward some of the things that Peter had done in the past. Go look into some of Peter Hyatt's stuff, guys. You'll see exactly what I mean, and that's where Travis picked up his knowledge of it, from my understanding. So I can't wait. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring Travis up here to join us and get things moving. Welcome, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Word
How
up.
are you?
Word up. Word.
Hello.
Word.
they
That
get
was the
quirky.
thing I could think of.
Yes,
I love it.
that was funny, Kim. She was a teacher, so she probably heard all that stuff over the years. Word.
He was probably itching backstage to just join in with something. I'm sure he
Right,
had
right.
something planned.
Yes.
Just let me in.
Thank you so
Great to
much
have you here.
for all the kind words. Appreciate it
Oh.
so much. Humbled and grateful to be here.
Truth
We
be
appreciate
spoken,
you.
sir. Truth be spoken. Absolutely. It's wonderful to have you here. Again, as we stated, was that the first show you did now out here, period, was on Logan's show, or is that okay? Gotcha.
Very first ever. Yes.
That's what
You'd have never known it. You did an amazing job. Probably because you
Thank
had an
you,
amazing
Logan.
host, but yeah.
Absolutely. She did wonderful.
Absolutely.
She is awesome.
Yeah,
Thank
she's
you.
great. She did a great job. Thank you for that, Jen. Guys, there's a link if you want to go check out Peter Hyatt's stuff. Please do if you will. I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed, and you'll understand, in my opinion, because as soon as I saw, I've seen and heard Peter's stuff in the past, but as soon as I saw Travis doing what he was doing, I immediately went back and started watching Hyatt's stuff again, and it kind of gave me a little more insight into how and why. So I think it'll help you guys to understand more. Just go check out a few of his videos, guys. I'm telling you, amazing stuff.
Change your life.
Yes, yes. So, if I can ask you, Travis, what got you interested, real quick, if we can say, into doing this kind of stuff?
Yeah, well, it's Peter Hyatt. Just YouTube brought me to his statement analysis of Madeleine McCann. And I had remembered Madeleine
Right.
McCann. It was a worldwide story.
Big one.
The cutest little girl. She was just a couple years old. She went missing. And Peter analyzed the parents. The parents went on in Australia in a big time news interview, and he did his thing. And it was like a 4 video thing. It was hours, I believe.
Right.
And he just showed what they were saying, what they were really saying. And it was so logical. It was so sound that it just blew me away and exposed the deficiencies within myself that I just, wow, what? How could I not understand this? And so it intrigued me so much. I ate up everything that he had on YouTube, and I saw him advertising that, hey, you can learn this too. And so I signed up for it and got his lectures, got his little worksheets and stuff. And just from there, I ate it all up. So.
Absolutely. So you actually took his classes per se and learned. Okay. So, I'm not going to say anything as to say that you're an expert, but you're not running into this in the dark. You have knowledge of this based on a professional teaching you things. So yes, I got you.
And
Yeah,
absolutely.
Everybody comes from a form of a teacher.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's, so it's, very credible.
Yeah,
And how you spoke on it too is, how it all went down and, the whole certification thing that he passed before.
Right. Yeah, I saw that part of it too. It's kind of sad you didn't get to turn it in in time and all that. But either way,
I still have
enough.
it, man. It's 100% done. I still have it.
Mhm.
I'm kicking myself, but that's just the way it is. But
you can't really
Life.
call those things sometimes. They just happen, unfortunately. So,
exactly.
and I'm glad to see that. Was it your wife that followed this case? Is what got you interested in using on this case?
Yes.
Okay.
She's just been listening to it for years, and she's been like, Trav, what you could bring to it would just be so helpful to this community. And she told me and told me and told me. And like I said, she showed me that 911 call. And that's for me, I was just like, okay, all right. All right, give me something of Dylan. I want to hear Dylan. Where's her first interview? And I just went with that. So
and did amazing with it too. And
thank you.
please tell your wife we do appreciate her. You know,
Yes.
getting you involved in this and supporting our channels for those channels that she watched. We appreciate her in that aspect as well. She was right. I think you're an amazing resource to add
Yeah.
into to the community because it really is helpful, sir.
Well, thank you.
Um,
Thank you for that. And yeah, I definitely will. And I've tried to make it very clear about how much I'm thankful for her and how thankful the community is
yeah,
to her. So
sure, absolutely. I know I have a tendency to repeat things time and time again. So just tell me, shut up. You already said that. We'll move on. I just
me
do
too.
that.
Me
I
too.
like to show my appreciation where it's deserved for sure. So, welcome everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for joining us. I didn't get to say that earlier. It's great to have you guys here. Please make sure again to hit the like button, share this out on all 3 channels. Let everybody know what we're doing tonight. That we do have this amazing guest. Please hit the like button on all channels. And any questions you guys may have, if we can get to those, please make sure you put a Q in front of it so that I can read that it's a question. And any of the rest of the panel members can see that they're questions. That way we can get them in. I don't know that we'll be able to do a whole lot of questions because we only have Travis for a period of time, and I don't want to bury him in this. But again, we'll do the best we can. Thank you, moderators, for what you do. We appreciate each and every one of you as well for being here. So, Kim, Logan, anything to add before we go any further?
No, I don't think so. Just actually, I have a question. It is pretty specific, and I wanted to know when people use the word just in a sentence, obviously it can be used as far as like a timing thing, like I just brushed my teeth, or it can be used, let's say, for example, like Dylan uses it, we just went to bed. Now, hers would be a past tense action. How much does the word just matter in a sentence? And does the placement of the word matter as well?
Yes, just is so it means to refute or to minimize what was said before it.
Minimize, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't explained that very good. So I'm glad that you asked me about that. So I love ice cream, but I don't like vanilla ice cream. So I love ice cream, but I don't like vanilla ice cream, right? That's a way to kind of minimize that. And you can also say, I don't like ice cream, but I love vanilla ice cream. Either way, it's a way to refute or minimize what was said before it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I guess the second half of it then was using the word just in a sentence. Does the placement of it matter as well?
Yes, and we look for why they're saying it. It might make perfect sense in context. They might use it just like I gave that example with ice cream. When someone is using the free editing process, they're speaking for themselves, and they're just, there you go, just.
We're going to analyze you.
So free editing process is where someone is just freely speaking. There's no contamination. It's not a closed-ended question. And they say it in the context is everything. I kind of give the example of when a police officer asks, how many of you had to drink tonight? And the person says, just 2, officer. Peter used that example a lot. Well, that refutes or minimizes what was just said before it, which is how many of they had to drink. So versus how many of you had to drink 2. There is no refuting or minimizing. It's just very likely to just be true. So just is telling us that something else is being thought about when they say it. So it could be completely normal. You might look at it and you're like, yeah, that makes total sense. Why they said just, or it might be peculiar in where it's placed. So yeah, the context is everything.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. And before we get into the nitty gritty of everything, I do have one more just because it is, we hear it so often in this case. The phrase pretty much.
Pretty much. Pretty much all over the place.
Yeah, both Dylan and Bethany use it. I mean, literally
They
in
all
every
do.
sentence. Yeah, and they start every sentence with the word and then anytime they talk about something, describe just anything, they say pretty much. Now I know it can be or is a minimizing thing.
Yeah.
Can it be something else? Anything else?
Like,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
that's a great question, Logan. I'm glad you asked that too, because I wondered myself. Like, I think what she's asking, what I'm asking at least with it, could it be used to cover something else up in a conversation, or is it just like what she said? Sorry to cover you with two questions at one time.
No, you're good. I mean, we look for habits. We look for contextually. Okay, it's sprinkled all along here in the statement, but we also look for when it's not there. And so, like something that sticks out to me as you're asking me about this is where Dylan says at 4 a.m. She gives us caveats on all other timestamps in the interview
Yep.
that I did, but with one exception, and that's at 4 a.m. And you listen to 911 call, she wants to talk about 4 a.m. So there's gumption there. There is no caveat there. And so she's capable of not using caveats. And when it's there, we ask why, or when it's not there, I should say, when it's not there, why is it not there? And so this question is very important. Unnecessary words are extremely important. The ums are extremely important. They don't always use ums. I use ums all the time. Well, I'm really thinking about what I'm trying to say. I feel pressure. I'm nervous about conveying all the information I'm having. That's why I'm saying it. It is sensitive to me. It's not for no reason. So there is a reason that pretty much is there. And just going through Bethany's statement that I have, there is a lot of concealment going on. I'm not saying necessarily deception, but there's a lot of concealment, and that makes a lot of sense why the us are there and the pretty much. So
let me ask you something, not to interrupt you, but it goes along with what you've been saying. I've wanted to ask you this question from the first time I saw your first video.
Cool.
When you bring up the fact and you say, because I want people to understand this too, that it's very sensitive to whoever's saying what they're saying. You said, like with Dylan, you were like, that is very sensitive to her when she's talking about that. Can you explain it in depth a little bit what sensitive means in this sense and what you're saying?
Yeah, so sensitivity could be positive or negative, right? It could be that, how do I say this? My children, talking about my children, talking about my family, talking about my wife, talking about people who've this is a good one, close people that you've lost. When talking about that subject, it's very sensitive to them. It's very important to them. Recently, I analyzed Brandon Risner, and I just threw that up there yesterday.
Great video, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Except for you couldn't see all the text. Like, what a rookie mistake. But he was talking about, we have a missing friend here, and he is talking about this red wine bottle, and he's getting so specific with it. And so it's important to him for some reason. It's really in forefront in his mind. And so kind of think of sensitivity as like importance. It's valuable. It's really meaningful. And we need to ask why. When we are just talking normally and there's not a lot of emotion connected to it, there's not going to be a whole lot of sensitivity indication. If I'm just like telling you about my day yesterday, likely there's not going to be a lot of sensitivity. Now, if I did have like a bad moment, like let's say things, me and my wife kind of got at each other a little bit, or maybe I had to get on with my kid, you're going to hear that. That's sensitive to me. It's emotion. There's emotions behind it. I think I'm explaining that well enough.
Yeah, I think that pointed it out. I know I asked that because I think when I covered because we reviewed all of your videos on my channel and broke it down, so on and so forth, and people were asking, what does he mean by sensitive? What does this
Mm,
mean? What does that mean? So I just wanted you to be able to explain that from your side of things, what your terminology is. I would explain it the way I believe it, which is kind of what you said, but I just wanted it to come from you. So
yeah, yeah, and it takes a lot of time to really think through that. I mean, sensitivity indications, these are bedrock for statement analysis. Like, if you don't really understand sensitivity indications, it's going to be really difficult to follow. And that's on me. I have not explained that properly, clearly enough.
oh no, no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that everything with this, because this is such a valuable resource,
Mhm.
everything is understood from everybody, because the people in this community are so confused, so frustrated, and so like the justification that you give to a lot of us is very important, Travis, because we've been here for 4 years. We've been struggling with this. We want answers. We want truth and justice for these victims. And so
Yeah.
I just want to clarify as much as I possibly can. So that's all.
Great questions. Yeah. So I'll give you one more example. So Dago, if I
Yeah.
said, "Hey, what'd you do yesterday?" and you're like, "I didn't go to the park," right?
Ding, ding, ding. Right.
It's like, whoa,
Whoops.
buddy.
Yeah.
The park is very sensitive to you.
That
So
would be a
what?
sixth grade answer.
That is exactly what I thought. That's great. I like that.
Yeah.
And I watched you do that in a video. Like, hold up, wait a minute now. That's the problem. There you go. So yeah, I got you. I like that.
It's funny.
Very good example too. So we spoke to you at the beginning, guys, and we got a treat coming. Again, Travis agreed to do a live analysis with us here. And we talked, and I think the first one we're going to do, okay, at least the main one, is the actual 911 call. Now, we've all gone through this 911 call, I don't know, 3 million times at this point. Everybody that has listened to this has crossed their eyes and shook their head because what the hell is this? Okay.
Yeah.
This call is way offhanded. It's crazy. It's weird. It makes no sense. So I think everybody would like to hear Travis's, analysis of this. So that's the first and probably the main thing that we're going to go through. If we have some time, we're going to try to break down some other things. We may run a poll and have you guys choose because there's so many. I think every one of us up here could agree. I would love to hear Travis do every single interview that they put out. We'll
Can I
probably
add
never.
on to that real quick?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
I just think it's what you bring is so valuable to what we're all covering with
Yes.
this case because we listen to it for content. Like, what is she saying? What are they saying? And it's eye-opening to all of us just to hear
Yeah.
you do it. We can emulate you and pick up what you're saying. And
Yeah.
you see it through this different lens that you're analyzing it through. And wow, you can come away with so much more information. So
I appreciate that. And that's what's cool about it is we can all do this. The things that I'm applying, that's why I love statement analysis. It's not about skill or it's not about talent. It's there's not something I have that other people don't, other than just knowledge of these principles and how to apply them. And so
Yeah.
as we all think about it and as we all learn from statement analysis, we just become better listeners. And yeah, like you said, I like what you're saying because that's really what statement analysis does is it helps us understand what is likely truthful from what they're saying rather than just looking at the content and just running with it and going, oh, well, they said these things. So let's figure out how the evidence supports that, rather than, well, what was most important to them and why? And is that likely to be true, And so there's a lot of qualifying there rather than just taking things at face value.
yeah.
I almost think at the point that you've come into this is probably, I couldn't think it'd be more perfect because
Mhm.
just the way, like, we have more things that have rolled out and more actual proof of different things to where if you came
Yeah.
in before, things were ugly. Let's say that. I'll leave it at that.
That's an understatement. That's a good way to put it too, Mike. I like that. They were real ugly.
So,
Yes.
Well, and that's my wife. I mean, that's her keeping the thumb on her thumb's been on the
Yeah.
pulse, and she's just going, look, if you're going to do this right now is the time,
yeah,
And so I'm like, okay, honey.
these women are important.
And I gotta tell you again to let her know how grateful we are because we
Mhm.
wouldn't have you if it went for that. I'm gonna
Exactly.
gather. So yes. We appreciate her so very much.
Well, and selfishly, I love doing analysis. So the fact that she's supporting me with this, and I can, take some time away from doing the family stuff, and she's
Yeah.
like, "Hey, no problem, go do it." I'm like, "Yes, all right, amen."
Absolutely. Yeah. So when we appreciate her, I know it's Saturday, the weekend, the kids,
Yeah.
again, let her know we appreciate her giving you to us, her giving you to us for a couple hours at least too. We appreciate that as well. I hope she knows that. So,
Absolutely.
so again, anything, ladies, gentlemen, to add before we jump into this?
Oh no, I just maybe be prepared for her to say, Travis, it's got to be a 3-hour limit because the kids, like, just okay.
I already told him whatever he's got to do, go do your thing. We're good. We're just
She
grateful
knows,
to have you here.
she knows Dago likes to rap. He likes to rap.
Well, I talk a lot. I do talk
I
a
don't
lot.
think we'll push it like last week.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
No.
hey, no, don't sweat, don't sweat. I was just curious what you were expecting from me. That's all. No problem.
Oh
Let's
no,
do
it's
it.
good. It's
Yeah.
good. It's good. Thank you so much, Luther, for that. And yes, thank you, Travis, for joining us. You said again, the whole community is looking forward to this. We've been talking about this since Logan's show and looking forward to it. So on we go. So guys, we're gonna start with the 911 call here. We're gonna get Travis's interpretation of this. Again, as you do with your own stuff, Travis, because I have control of this. You just let me know, start, stop, whatever we got to do, just like you did with Logan, and we will go from there. If you have any audio issues, anything, rewind, whatever you want me to do, just let me know. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. Awesome stuff. And same goes for the, Logan, Kim, Mikey. If you need me to stop, if you want to stop in the middle of something, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here we go. 1 minute. We don't need that big. Hold on. So audio. Okay.
November 13, 11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys.
I would stop there, Dago.
There's a lot there.
Just
There's a
because
lot
they
there.
switched speakers, so that was
Yeah.
like Bethany at the beginning. Anything that you notice about that so far?
Yeah. So the very first word she said is why I'm here. I'll be honest with you. The very first word, hi.
Yep.
Hi. We do not expect in 911 calls, it is unexpected that we get a greeting. So a formal greeting like that. When someone's calling 911, it's an emergency. The whole pleasantries are pushed aside. Okay. We're not here to, hi, how are you today? All that stuff. It is a bad sign right from the get-go that there is a greeting. Now, it's not a 100%. Go ahead.
Can I interrupt you real fast?
Yeah.
You said that you made that statement. I'm sorry to do this, but you made that statement with Logan's show the other night.
Mhm.
I immediately called a friend of mine, Rayanne, that works for 911 here locally still, that I used to work with when I was in EMS and all that. And I asked her the same question. She was like, "Oh my God, that's crazy. Like, nobody ever says, hi, how are you? What did you have for lunch? Any of that. It's usually they're screaming into the phone, yelling because somebody's in serious trouble." So yes,
Yes.
that is something that is absolutely true. I just wanted to verify with you guys that I did speak to a 911 operator. She laughed at me at first and said, "Who the hell says hi to a 911 operator?" And I said, I let her hear it, and she was like, "Dude, that's way off." So yes,
Especially
good point.
because their first question is, "What's your emergency?"
Exactly.
Like,
Yes,
answer the
yes.
question.
Zero generic there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Travis, but I wanted to verify that I contacted my friend who is a 911 operator, and she said that is insane. I've never had anybody talk to me like that on a call until after the fact, and then they talk to me in other situations, but never ever at the beginning of the call. So thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this is all Peter Hyatt. I mean, he's right on the money, and if you really think about it, if on one hand, we're presupposing this is an emergency, this person is high alert, something very scary is happening, something very intense.
Yes.
And when high comes out, we are told something the exact opposite, that psychologically she is not on high alert and she does not believe that there is an emergency, So just to kind of reinforce that a little bit, help explain it.
Absolutely.
So, would you think that the tone of her voice then is performative, is trying to convince the 911 operator that she's so upset that she's going,
Theatrical.
As a human, I would say, yeah, that makes sense. With statement analysis, like I don't have much education in tone inflection and stuff like that. I'm just going to tell you straight, But as a human, as just someone who's lived on this planet for almost 40 years,
right?
You're saying hi in an emergency situation, and your voice sounds like you're super upset. There is a disconnect here. So yeah, I think it's reasonable to say this is performative.
I agree.
that
Good
makes
question.
sense.
Good question, Logan.
Yeah. So right off the bat, too, she says something is happening. Okay, which is current. Something is happening. Okay, but what is that? Hey, I'm calling 911. Hey, my kid's choking. I found my grandma, not awake, fell off the bed and is
Right.
not responsive. I'm not going to call and say something's happening. I'm going to be very specific. So
Right.
something is it conceals. What does that mean? Something. Not only that, but we have is happening. Something's happening right now.
Current. Yeah.
Right? So we asked, well, what is that thing? Because we understand that these people were deceased. So what is happening right now that she says that? Right? It sounds like there's a situation going on right now. And then she switches to something happened in the
Yeah.
past. Again, not clear, concealing what has happened. And so it's very odd. Very odd. Not at all what we'd expect.
So
And
that's definitely a red flag. Again, going from present tense to past tense
She
immediately
just
like that.
wants to roll it to passed out drunk last night. Okay, can we start at 4 a.m.?
Right.
Yeah.
I think she says, can I just tell you what happened at 4 a.m.?
I think that's after when Dylan gets on, but yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, which we need to talk about that. I mean, that's very important. But she says we don't know what. So that's another extremely strange and awkward thing. I have an emergency. I don't know what it is.
Right. Jesus, I can just tell you as a first responder that I would have just like what, and yeah, you don't. That's not a good response. I agree.
Call me back when you know what it is.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
I
Can I
just
look at my phone?
thinking of the amount of time wasted, the minutes wasted before they ever got to what was even close to being wrong.
Like
Yeah.
how is this? Look at the victims. How's this respectful to them?
Right.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we look for priority. The victims aren't the priority.
No, but they sure were in the that victim statement, huh?
Yeah.
Also on 911 calls, I've heard from an expert long ago that when a 911 caller immediately tries to give some sort of explanation to explain things away, that is usually indicative of either deception, knowing way more, or being part of it.
Yes. It could be alibi building. Peter explains this, that a caregiver of a child calls and said something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically like, I woke up. The very first word she said is like, I woke up, I was alone. And then like the fourth thing she said is, and the child's not breathing. And so, but at first was, I didn't see anything.
Right.
Mhm. You're adding too much to the actual trauma that's going on.
Yep.
Get to the point.
It tells you the priority is, hey, I'm not involved here. That's the most important thing I want to start off with. And then secondly, we have possibly a dead child. I mean, it's the wrong order. It's the wrong order. So yeah,
Absolutely.
it's very, suspicious and indicative of. I mean, the beautiful thing about statement analysis is you think it through those things, and it's right in front of you, and I think for some people it's just trusting that. It's just trusting in the rationale of it. Sometimes it kind of feels like, I don't know, should I jump to that? And it's like, no, it's right there for us. We need to trust that. The priority tells us.
I think it's been thrown around a little too much that she's beyond a victim.
Yeah.
A surviving victim.
You can hear this. Can you hear this one clear? Or Travis, when we play it, you hear it with no issues? Okay. I just want to make sure.
Right. Another thing I was going to mention in what I've learned, just surface level statement analysis, is to watch out for when people answer questions that were never asked.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh no, that's exactly. So that can be absolutely enormous. Like, that could be leakage. It could be deception. A lot of the time it is deception, because they are trying to bring you to conclusions, rather than, hey, you're the investigator, you're driving the seat, you let me know what you need, I'm here to help you. Just, you know what I mean? Now, I will also say, though, because there's always, there's always exceptions. There's always other sides of things you got to think about. And that's why it takes someone who knows this stuff and applies it correctly. What did I tell you? It's not concrete. Peter said it's hardening clay, right? Now, if something, really bad happened, maybe I hate talking about it because I just don't even want to say it, but something happened with one of my children. They were out in the pond and they fell in there or something like that. And they just, of course, someone asks me, hey, what's their name? And I tell them their name, and then I tell them what happened. And I want to give them all of everything they need right now. Here's the medications they take. Here's this, so it could be very helpful. It's because on the flip side, you have some people who are very cagey. They're only going to answer what you ask, and they don't help facilitate it. They don't try to understand, hey, where are the investigators going with this? And so it can go both ways. So, and we hear how they say it. Are they saying things reliably? Are they saying, I did X, this thing then happened? Very simple statements that don't have a lot of caveats, that don't have a lot of sensitivity indicators. It's just reliable. It's very likely to be truthful. So it's not as simple as, are they answering questions that weren't asked? We look at how are they doing it and what are they talking about?
Right. Good point. Great point.
Great question.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions, Logan, Kim, Mikey, anybody?
Nope, not.
Do you feel like I kind of like covered what you were wondering about there, Logan?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Cool. Awesome.
That's something else I want to tell you, Travis. You're very good at explaining what you say. I really appreciate that too. Very in detail too. That's amazing.
Very thorough. Yep.
Yes, it's very helpful. So thank you for that.
Well, I need that because I'm really self-conscious about that because I don't feel like I'm very good at that sometimes. So I'll look back and listen. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, bud,
no. Don't ever
using a lot of ums. I will say.
Yeah, you're doing great, sir. That's why we like you so much, because you are that thorough, and it's important, I think. So,
thank you.
Okay.
You guys made me feel like $1 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just, truth be told, like I said, we have to be honest and give credit where it's due. All right, I guess onward we go. Do you want to tell me when to stop if you want to, Travis, with how much you want to fill in as we go? That way, I don't know. I don't want to have to give you too much to deal with. Okay.
So I'm sitting here with the pencil and paper here, old school, and I also have 3 things. So incomplete address. So she didn't actually even give the complete address, which is indicative of sensitivity. She didn't want to give the whole address. I mean, think about that. We have victims here. Something's happening, and I don't want to tell you the whole address. And then later she's like, oh,
yeah,
my house.
I'll be honest. I don't think that she wanted to call 911. I'll be honest with you guys. I've always thought that because I think she was going to leave, and they talked her into being here for this. And then as soon as she did this, as we all know, she hands the phone off and walks away. So I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's right here, and when, look, if you're listening to a 911 call and the operator has to repeat their questions, When the
Yeah.
operator seems like maybe they're getting frustrated, that's a big indication to us. What is going on here? We need to think about who this person is and why are they acting this way? It should be a yellow flag for us.
Yes. Yes. Good
One
point.
last thing, she said it's a house. Okay. Our house, she kind of referenced it as impersonal. So it's just noting that.
Good point. Believe me, I'm right along with you with my pen and paper too. I promise you.
Awesome.
I'm a huge note person. I'm sure Kim's probably got 2 pens and 2 papers going. She's a big note taker too.
With tabs.
Yes, with tabs. All right, guys, on we go. Like I said, I think it's easier if you just tell me stop. That way I don't put too much on you when you're ready for me to stop, okay?
Okay.
All right.
With the white, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi,
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check.
Okay, me personally, I want to stop there. That's always been a point of contention with me because of that in itself. The phone's handed off. We know that. And now pretty much, and I've always thought myself personally, she was trying to force that narrative as she does many other interviews and has conversations. It's 4 a.m., 4 a.m., 4 a.m., 4 a.m.
And at 4 a.m., you claim that you were so drunk, but yet you should be sober right now. So why aren't you talking about things right now and what the actual state of your friends are now that you're sober rather than rewinding to when you were drunk and you can't remember shit?
Right.
Yeah, imagine your friend got shot. You go to, you're carrying your shot friend. They might be dying, and then a paramedic comes up to you, and you're like, "Hey, can I just tell you what happened a couple hours ago?" And it's like, what? We'll go through that later. That doesn't matter, right? So the priorities are reversed, right?
Yes.
One thing that's interesting is the transferring of the phone call. We got to talk about that of the transferring the phone. So we look at what prompted the passing of the phone to someone else. Well, she gave an incomplete address. The operator doubled down and said, "Hey," and then she started asking questions about the address and then the house, and then the phone gets swapped over. That tells us sensitivity. It tells us those questions, were uncomfortable for her, right? So we got to note that. And then it's really interesting. The person that came on just started telling us the information. It was night and day.
Wasn't even there that night. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And so it's like we got a little snapshot of just what a 911 call what we're really hoping for here, And so right off the bat, we're given this nice signal that whoever that was is facilitating information, is helping the whole situation, helping the paramedics or whatever, get there fast. And then we also saw in the middle of her saying that, someone interrupted, and I remember seeing this on the transcript on YouTube. I don't know if it was Bethany or Dylan. One of them said, "No, we saw," and then she's like, "Oh yeah, and they saw someone last night." So it's exactly what we were talking about, Logan. It's, hey, it wasn't us. There was someone else involved, and it wasn't, that didn't get prompted until this is hard to explain. Do we know who the person was that they handed the phone off to? Do we have a name?
Was it Emily? Do you guys know?
Who was talking second just now? Because I thought it was Dylan because she said, come on, Bethany, we have to. Was Emily on before her?
That was that one was Dylan, but when there's somebody in the background that says, make sure and tell him about the guy at 4 a.m., I think that's Emily talking.
Yeah, Emily.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's Emily talking, and it's either Dylan or Bethany in the background saying, no, make sure and tell him about the 4 a.m. guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just for my very methodical brain here, caller 1 is Bethany. She passes the phone to who immediately, and who gives that address?
I think it goes to Emily. I believe the phone goes to Emily, and then it goes from Emily to
Dylan. Okay, so
and
Bethany, Emily, Dylan,
and then because Dylan says, "No, come on, we have to go check Bethany." Excuse me, and then it goes from Dylan to Hunter, and then back to Dylan. Dylan's the final, because when Nunez pulls up, you can see her on the phone talking about the defibrillator. So I think that's how that went.
Lyndon's in there somewhere too.
Who?
Lyndon. There's like 2 guys at one point.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Okay.
Emily says, "I'll talk to you guys."
Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
Yes. And she seemed calm.
Person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, she was very calm. Yeah. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I think it goes to Josie, actually. That might be Josie on the phone.
Rather than Emily.
Yeah, rather than Emily.
There's been some differences of opinion on that. We've tried to figure that out for a while now. So.
Okay. So it's kind of up for debate a little bit.
It could be Emily or Josie.
Let's know how exactly, because they're being pretty adamant it's Josie. How do you know that? Please let us know.
I think that's okay. My apologies then.
So just for clarity, so we're going to say Emily or Josie, right? Caller 2. Let's just call them caller 2, at least for my purposes. So we have Bethany, caller 1, then caller 2, and then Dylan, caller 3. We're all in agreement on that. Correct?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Cool. So when caller 2 came on, there was that facilitation of information. Bethany was, for some reason, passed that phone. And I just kind of want to talk about that a little bit more, because think about it.
Sure.
People that are near you, at least near and dear to you, at least some, for some reason. And if you have concerns that they're really hurt or dying, there's this loyalty. Hey, I need to give them the information for these people that are important to me,
Sure.
And so to pass the phone, man, to me really signifies a super concern for self there. So I kind of feel like we've already hit that, but it just bugs me. So, and then the no we saw, I mean, the hey, we're gonna kind of float out this idea that someone else was there. That's concerning, because that could definitely be alibi building. Right. Trying to get professionals off on the wrong scent right from the get-go. Like, we don't decide that right now, but it's suspicious. That's something you can talk about later. Now, when caller 3 comes on, you also hear a hi again. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I'm so upset. Yes. I can't even talk to you, but hi. You know?
Right. That's crazy. I never caught that. Right.
It's
That's wild.
Sending us mixed signals big time. And then asking for permission. Can I just, so we have a just, right? Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Okay. Why is there, I mean, I feel like you foreshadowed this, you had this in your mind when you were thinking, you knew we were going to go over this. No, I don't want to know what pretty much happened, we want to know what happened, and obviously, but we don't really want to know what happened right now. We want to know what's happening right now, not what happened. We'll get to that later.
Right.
And so again, caller 2 is telling us what's happening right now and how to facilitate this. Caller 3, Dylan, again, just wants to go back. And that is such a disservice to these victims. I mean, are they, the story is here is that, you know, they're passed out.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be seconds, minutes from being resuscitated.
And the
so-
ultimate reason why one would call 911 is for assistance for somebody that's in need.
Exactly. Exactly. And so we asked the question, according to the callers, who's in need? And it seems like to us, the ones calling are in need, not the ones they're calling about, apparently.
Right.
So,
Good point.
yeah, I mean, this reminds me, I don't know, have you guys heard about the Caitlin Markham case? You guys ever hear about that?
It sounds familiar, but I've never followed it, I don't think.
Okay. It's pretty fascinating. I think it was in Ohio or somewhere in the Midwest. Really sweet college girls, just seemed awesome. She went missing, and her boyfriend, John Carter, called, and Peter analyzed his 911 call. And that was another one that just absolutely got me so fired up about statement analysis. But he did very similar stuff here, where he said, hey, I've been looking everywhere. And then the 911 caller is like, oh, where have you been looking? And he was not prepared for that. And he's like, well, I drove by her house, and then he like just drifts off. And it's like, so you looked everywhere, but you only went to one or two spots. That's it. Now you're calling 911. Is she?
I think I know what you're talking about now. Yes, I think this was in southwestern Ohio. I think I do remember this.
Yeah,
I
really
got
sad case. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry about that.
No, it's cool. I actually kind of debated with the private investigator on that. I hit him up on YouTube, and we had a big debate because I was like, you really need to listen to Peter Hyde about this. I think you're barking up the wrong tree. John Carter has guilty knowledge, and it's been proven.
Right.
And he was like, this is just, you know, bonkers stuff you're talking about. This is pseudoscience and stuff like that.
Whatever. Yeah.
And John Carter's he's doing time right now for it. So
there you go.
When you did that debate, that was in what year, would you say, roughly?
20. This was around the time I was listening to all his stuff. So this
2011.
2011, I think, is when she went missing.
Did you drop in the line that you proved a point?
I did. I went back. I found it, and I said, "See, man, hey, you got to take statement analysis seriously, man. I mean, you know, that I wasn't like." It's just about encouragement, you know. It's just, hey, just take it seriously. Not
absolutely.
I was right. You know, who cares about that? So,
very good point.
Yeah. So yeah, can I just tell you what happened? So that really tells us what happened was really sensitive to her, and I think, you know, Logan, you asked me about this. Rehearsed information. You know, we're really getting an idea here that this is rehearsed. This is something she's been really thinking about. So,
yep, I agree.
Yeah, fully agree with that for sure.
Oh, sorry, I switched back to that. I don't know if I finished with the Caitlin Markham. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Something else John Carter says is he floats out, going back to that 911 call with Caitlin, is he said, you know, I drove by her house, and, you know, some fair is going on right now, and there's a lot of suspicious people at that fair. And so right off the bat, we don't even know her name. We don't even know what's going on with her. And he's floating out these, you know, this other scent that, you know, this false scent for them to go on.
Don't look at me, look over there. Yeah,
exactly. We don't know their names of the people so far in this 911 call that we're listening to now. You know, and she wants to tell us what happened hours ago. So it's just not a good sign all around.
Absolutely. Good point. Very good point.
Thanks.
All right. I guess on we go. Ladies and gentlemen, any other questions before we go forward?
No.
Nope.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Mama Bear's in the house. She said, thank you for joining us. Mama Bear is my channel manager and co-host. We don't get to see her often, but she said, thank you, Travis, for being here. And again, very much appreciated.
Thank you, Blue Devil. I am going to look at that. I appreciate that.
Oh, did I miss something? Let me throw it.
Hey, Mikey.
Because I was asking about proof.
I was going to say, I commented back to him in around 2017 or 2018, just to answer your question there.
That's I'm gonna check that case out. I didn't hear that one. But
Yeah, I
that's
wrote it down
interesting how
too.
It's sad, very sad.
From what I remember, yeah, it was. I can't, Kim. That's not too far off from where we're at.
Oh wow.
More towards the south. I think I'll show it to you one day. It's pretty. Caitlin Markham.
No, what city?
I can't
Fairfield?
remember.
Fairfield. That's
Yeah,
it.
there you
Yep,
go. There you
Fairfield,
go. Isn't
Ohio.
that's Southwest Ohio, isn't it? Her and
I'm
I
not
both live in Ohio,
sure.
Travis.
Definitely
okay, cool.
west, I believe.
Maybe I'm backwards with it.
you're
I'll have to
kidding
look.
me.
Fairfield. Fairfield Township. Yeah. Okay.
Small town. Small town. Yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely. I know where it's at, but I'm trying to look at the map and I'm backwards, I think. Either way, okay. Moving on. Here we go.
But we have to. She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So there wasn't a lot of talking there. Anything with that at all, or should I keep going?
We have to. I don't know about you, but Dago, if you were my roommate and I needed help or someone did something horrible to me and you said to a 911 operator, we have to. We have to go look. We have to.
Right. We have to.
I don't
we
think
have
that's I think that's pretty insulting.
Yeah.
For these
Bethany,
four
so
victims.
my guess is at that point when she said, I don't know, let's go check Bethany. Bethany said, I ain't going back
Yeah.
in there. I'm not going back in there. Which tells us all, in my opinion, I know this is a little off subject, but that should tell us all. Bethany already knows. She already knows that this is more than Xana being passed out. Okay. I for whatever reason, I never claimed that statement hearing this before. She already knows. That's why she doesn't want to go back in there, because she already knows how bad this is. So yeah. Okay.
Dago, real quick, I just want to tell you in another statement of either Dylan or Bethany's, they said that when Hunter came over, he came upstairs to where they were. They were already on the second floor. They already saw, they both already knew. So Hunter came in and went up to the second floor to meet Dylan and Bethany up there. They were already there.
There's another lie told to us. Thank you, Logan. I didn't catch that before. Where'd you find that at?
I
Gooch.
was, was it Gooch?
I believe
Okay.
it's Gooch.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Interesting. Very interesting. Good call. Good call. See, that's why we do this stuff.
And
If I could clarify real quick, the second caller appears to be Josie. Blue Devil sent me a Today Show article.
Logan,
And
good job, Logan.
she's quoted that she was the one that Bethany handed the phone to.
how far did they
Good stuff.
push what's her fucks? Dylan's phone records, they went to what time?
Oh God, I can't think
Roughly.
of that right now. I can't
Till
remember.
the noon, up till they called, I believe.
It
I
was
think so.
after that, I think, because there was something in there that shows she read Eric Gower's message at what?
Oh, yeah.
2 something or
Yeah.
so yeah.
I'm
Yep.
just like searching for, I wonder when the last time was that she tried to call Ethan. The big guy in the house that was the protector. instead
Yeah,
of
that's
Hunter.
what she said. That's what she said in the Gooch interview.
Right.
Yep.
Interesting. Let's call Hunter.
It's a great point. I mean, and I've since seen her phone activity, and it's horrible, horrible. She wasn't asleep. It looks
No,
like she
not
didn't
but
sleep at all.
not at all.
Yeah. So is she passed out? There's not a name there. Sorry, I'm going back to what I
No,
wrote
no,
down
do
from
it, please, please.
Is she passed out? There's not a name. We're not telling. Hey, hey. What can we do? What can we do? Should we give her mouth to mouth? This is what she looks like. She's got stabs all over. I mean, there's no hoping. And I'm. It's kind of weird. Like, look, I hate saying this in a sense, but I've had a similar situation happen. One of the worst moments of my life. I've been on with 911, and there is some instructions of, hey, do this and do that, and try to help them. And I'm kind of curious why that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And it's
Wow.
almost as if the 911 operator just didn't even try, because there was just this belief that these people don't want to do it.
Thank you.
I want to know where the disbelief came that she gapped all her other roommates out, and the people are normally in that house, and she doesn't. She's focusing on one person. She.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
And
Exactly.
it's interesting you brought that up, Travis, because early on when we first heard this call, it took forever to get this for God knows what reason. But the first thing I said when I listened to this, being a first responder and knowing how 911 works, so on and so forth, everything else, being on the other end of that and hearing these things, knowing these things, they never bring up, do you know CPR? That
Yeah.
should be the first statement. Now, mind you, there's a
Yes.
screen.
Yeah, they
and it's
prompts. They follow those
it's
prompts.
right, and that's a national protocol I found out, okay?
Yes.
And it just, that's what you read. That's how you go. There's no talk about CPR, tilting the head, describing any of that, tilt the head back, check for breathing, do this, do none of that, okay?
Pulse. Check for
None
pulse.
of it. Yeah, none of that was said. Is she breathing? That's all they said. It was so strange to me to hear this call this way, and I was like, wait a minute, you go right to a defibrillator? When have we ever seen or heard that? I've never had that happen that I've on any call I've ever been on. It's weird. A good friend of ours, he's on one of the channels too. His name's 11. He's an NYPD police officer, active duty. He said, I've never heard that happen on a scene anywhere, and that's in New York too. So there again, you're 100% on point with what you just said. That's so strange to most everybody that happened that way.
Yeah, that's kind of concerning, isn't it?
Very concerning. I agree.
If that was my daughter, I'd be pissed.
Agreed. Yes, sir.
I'd be pissed.
And not one of the parents have said anything about it.
Not a word. Nobody's mentioned it once.
How can you
Yeah,
just say
I'd want to know. You better give me a good reason that was not discussed. Otherwise, I'm suing.
Yeah,
because
thank you.
was she still alive? Could I still have my baby? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. So, and I don't like talking bad about
we get it.
professionals. But
We get it.
but in at the same token, I kind of understand it, because it's like you're passing the phone around. You don't really care. You're not really giving me anything. These are uncooperative people.
Yes.
So that doesn't justify it. But I'm just saying.
It doesn't justify it, but I do feel like maybe part of that for the 911 operator is like, I'm just not getting anything from these people. So if I try and say, do this or do that, I'm just going to get them passing they don't want to do it. So.
And there may be some training there where it's like, hey, don't press too hard. Keep them on the phone. Like maybe she was concerned that they were just going to hang up on her if she tried to push it too hard. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a very sensitive subject here. I mean, wow. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that.
I think part of it
very
too
true.
might be that the 911 operator knew that there was an officer a minute away or less than a minute away too. And she knew that they'd be showing up any second.
Sure.
Yeah.
And obviously,
100%.
you swing it the other way. Is there some sort of large corroboration going on here. You know, I mean,
Right.
that's, you
Good
know,
call. Yeah.
I mean, that, you know, hey, just look at all the logical possibilities here.
And see, that's something that I'm glad you are able to see that possibility off to the side as well. So
Yeah,
very,
absolutely.
very good call.
Oh, corruption is a very real thing. It's always has been a real thing. We're human beings.
Oh, yeah.
It is just so much more of it too. It's insane. It's insane. So
Yeah. I mean, if you look, I mean, if you're just not, you know, if you keep your head down and just stare down what you're doing, you won't see it. But if you actually look into stuff, you know, you live long enough, you just see, oh my gosh, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
yes, sir. You are on point today again, as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we saw some whispering.
Yeah.
Which,
yeah.
why is there whispering? You know, I mean, I don't know what was said there. You know, I don't know if you guys can shed
We've
more
tried.
on that.
We've tried.
Yeah.
I think people are hearing different things when they're saying. I don't know. I've not heard it, so I can't say. I don't know about you or Logan or Kim, but I can't say what I hear because it's so distorted. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but you know, if this was my daughter and her friend or roommate, and I'm listening to this 911 call, and they're looking at her, I guess we're guessing this is Anna. I mean, do we even know? I mean, they haven't said the name, so in statement analysis, we're not going to say it for them.
Right.
But it seems reasonable that Anna would be the first one because of the proximity, how the house works, right? But anyway, I'm just saying that if this is my daughter, I'm listening to this 911 call and they're saying she's not waking up. How about it looks like she has been stabbed to death. She has been stabbed.
Right.
She has been murdered. Someone murdered her, you know? She's not waking up. You asked me about this, Logan. It's diminishing. You know, there's dishonesty here. She's not waking up. She didn't take like some pills and like, you know, looks fine. And she's just not waking up. She may have, you know, maybe overdosing or, you know, drank too much. I mean, come on.
Yep.
Right. And all of the blood everywhere and probably the smell.
Yeah.
There was an officer that stated when they went in there, all they could smell was, you know, pennies.
Pennies?
Yeah.
The
Like
blood.
the
That's what
iron in the blood.
Smell.
Yeah, blood smells like copper.
My
Copper,
goodness.
One
me.
thing with the whispering, I know there's a bit debate about what is heard, but one of the options is poor Kaylee. Like someone
Yes.
whispers poor Kaylee.
With the whispering, yeah.
And which Kaylee's on the third floor. So they all claim they never went up to the third floor. So how would they know it was to say poor Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Poor
My friends.
Kaylee. Poor Kaylee. Wow.
Yo, and
What do
that's
you guys think about that word? Those words.
that- what, poor Kaylee? Yeah, right.
Yeah. She was passed
To
out.
me, it's like either they're realizing, like if this was a true situation, the realization that, oh my gosh, they're all dead. So haven't seen or heard Kaylee or Maddie or Kaylee is what they're claiming. So putting two and two together and saying poor Kaylee. That's how I interpret it. But
Somebody else said that they think that they're whispering we should warn Kaylee. But see,
Yeah.
the point is
Mhm.
that they don't even know, according to them, if Kaylee and Maddie are in the house, they claim, okay? That's the other thing. They don't even know where they're at, Travis, as you'll hear. It's in the body cam, I think it is, but not here. And that's the weird thing about that statement. That's why I think everybody questioned it like you did. So,
There's a lot of one person focuses throughout all of their BS.
yeah.
Yes. Well, and if they're saying they didn't know, that's just so scary, sad that they're not concerned with, well, are the other people okay in this house? I mean, well, yeah, that's very bad, very problematic.
Good point. Good point. All right.
So is there any more to it?
To the call, yeah. There's a little bit more to it. We're almost done with it here. This is where it gets a little bit stranger.
Okay.
Not that it hasn't been already, but yeah, there's more. All right, here we go.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20 here to
Okay.
them.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay. Sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You should talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again. There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November.
That is it.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. More pleasantries.
Yeah, right. That's funny. Your wife said, "This is wild hearing Dago's voice that I've been listening to for almost 4 years."
I was just going to respond to her.
Right.
Thank you for letting us have him for a little bit.
Yes,
ma'am.
We appreciate you.
There's
So
my
very
bride.
much.
That's
very
awesome.
much. Thank you for
Love you, honey.
supporting him doing this too.
100%.
We truly do appreciate that so very much. He's an amazing resource for us, dear. So thank you. And thank you for listening to my channel. I appreciate that very much as well.
That's so cool.
She's spoken very well of all of you guys.
We appreciate her so as you so very much. Again, I can't say it enough. So that's the finality of it right there. It's got to be the strangest. And my friend Rayanne, like I said, that I spoke to, that the 911 operator told me, it is the oddest call she's ever heard. And she said right when she first heard this, when I first had her listen to it the first time, she goes, "That's not real. That can't be real." Those were her words. And I was like, well, we've debated that. So,
yeah.
Just
yeah, that's, man, if this isn't real, wow. But I'm not surprised. I mean, like I said, this 911 call started it all for me. It's so peculiar. And we went through, just think about this. If this was one of your daughters or your son, the whole 911 call and none of their names were said.
Uh-huh.
Right.
They couldn't
Not one.
even say their name.
Yeah. Should make you question something, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So one huge thing, I think this is probably the biggest takeaway from just this little portion here, other than the thank you, which I felt was just like sugar on the top here. But she was asked, how old is she? We don't know who she is, but she says,
20.
Yep. She's 20. And then, can you talk to them? I don't want to talk to them about her. That's essentially what she's saying. It was so sensitive to her that just talking about her, she didn't want to do it. Now, people might argue, oh, it's because she loved her so much and she was so important to her. No. Yeah. That's not human nature. No, there's loyalty, there's closeness. No, her name is this. If you truly believe she's about to die, she can't speak for herself anymore. The people who are closest to her can now speak for her and have the responsibility to speak for her now. There's just so many aspects of that. That's just
detail.
Yeah, it's just so wrong. Her brain's telling us that this is way too stressful to talk about her.
Yeah, I think you would know somebody more at a corner gas station that you've dealt with for 6 months than what she explains of these people that her roommates at her house that were taken from her. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, but she really wanted us to know that there was she saw someone, and 4 a.m. something happened. not these people's names. And
Deflect.
how can I help them? Oh man, it's bad, really bad.
And the interesting part, Travis, with this is in the report that was written out about the 911 call. This was done twice. Okay, all that thing, everything we just heard happen in that call happened before they made the call. It was almost like it was what do you call that when you
Scripted?
practice something? Well, definitely scripted, but
Well, a reenactment.
yeah, like they reenacted the whole thing. They were in the house based on the report. They were in the house, did this, did that, and then he says, get out, call 911." But we just heard that on the 911 call. You know what I mean? So that's the weird part.
Hung up on, yes.
Jinkies.
That is
Was
the
there two
strangest thing.
911 calls going on at the same time?
No.
No, it was in the report written about how it all went down, and then the next thing you know, everything word for word went down before the call. He says, "Get out, call 911."
But we
That's
hear that on
exactly-
the 911 call. That's what's so
right. That's the strange part. Like it was like practiced and then reenacted.
Huh.
So
something.
Oh my
That
God.
is
He's still got
just
nice
I was
strange.
always curious about why the person who's actually up there with the bodies isn't the person calling 911,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
That would be the most immediate
And
response to get help. And then it would be, I just listened to the interviews of the people who are on this call on Friday, and Emily's up there with him at this time. So if it's not Hunter who's in the room seeing the body, tell the person, why is it somebody way outside?
yeah.
How did that message get conveyed to call? I don't know.
yeah.
Some shady things there.
Yes,
Mhm.
very much so. Any last thoughts for the last portion of the call?
Bullshit.
We'll finish it with that. That's a nice way to put a bow on it.
Absolutely.
Pardon me.
Absolutely. So you're definitely feeling that there's some form of deception going on in different parts you've mentioned here. Different little things here, which I believe from my notes definitely point to there's issues with this big time.
A huge. Yeah, this is very, very red flag. Yeah, I mean, this is why I wanted to hear this interview with Dylan. I thought that Dylan was the one that started this 911 call originally, so that's why I focused on her. But hey, it's all good. We're doing Bethany next, so
Yeah.
And it would make you think that in these interviews that they would have pushed, some of this a little more.
yes,
Sex.
that's something that's
Other than,
point.
hey,
I'm running into.
Can I look at my phone? Hang on. Hang
So-
on. I'm sure I have a picture.
Where do we want to go next, everybody?
Well, I think since he said Bethany is the first one on the 911 call, if we just listen to a little clip of her, that might be interesting to give a
Okay.
little.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
That's what I was thinking, like just a piece of it.
If you
She
just
really doesn't talk.
go to her that very day, like the very same day, the 13th interview.
This is the 16th interview.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
That one's a lot longer, right?
Yeah. The first one is 6 minutes, I think. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's the one where she's in the yellow with her hood up. Like, I just feel like it's disrespectful just to
Yeah.
begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
the
gotcha.
part. I mean, that's where you could hear that part about her talking about the.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
It's fresh. It's a few hours right after the 911 call.
Was that
And
fresh after she was standing at
fresh.
the light pole?
Sorry.
Was that before or after the light pole?
It's after it.
So I'll just throw something out too. At least, I mean, the people who subscribe to my channel are all your guys' people. So
Right.
I had a questionnaire, and 39% said Eric Gower. They wanted me to do him next.
Yes.
So I know a lot of people want to know some stuff
Nice.
about Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
A
that's
lot
also
of
something to keep
people.
in mind.
Right.
Okay.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. We even talked about him too.
I feel like his weirdness boils down to was he delivering drugs? or was he not? I think that's why he gets weird with some of his, because I feel like that's part of his deal in his
Tim, where
free
did you
rides.
find that interview at? Because I can't find it in Connor's.
You can go to something else if you want.
No, it's fine. I thought Connor
just
had it.
went to YouTube and typed in Bethany's.
Yeah,
All right,
just
hold on.
type in the search box on YouTube. Type in Bethany 1113 interview with Blaker.
The one I found was actually like probably Brian Etton's clip or something.
Oh my goodness! How dare you?
1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, there it is.
Good.
Okay. There.
She
Oh,
was like,
wait, not that one. Not that one. 1 minute.
Did you get in the pool yet, Kim?
Not yet.
Oh,
It's open. It's
Yeah.
only 60 degrees here. I haven't
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
not warm enough
gosh, I'm
yet.
so jealous.
I can't
It
put
is.
my pool heater on because it'll all evaporate because it gets so cold at night.
Yeah, it's not warm enough here to swim yet.
I'm
I'm
in
still
Texas,
getting mine.
and boy, it is hot.
It. I see. I say it all the time. We have a lot of people from Texas. Quite a few of our mods, and I'm like, you guys live in hell. There's no way I could come there. I can't handle that heat. It's crazy.
No, I would love it. I would love it. That's my kind of weather.
Right. Do you know the timestamp for that part, Kim?
Not exactly, but it's pretty like maybe see where all the where you can see where there's talking probably before that, like in the middle, like midway, like
pretty much.
I don't know. See what she's talking about there. I just listened to it today.
How
So
long were you here?
Give me like 40 minutes. And then I left by myself. And went back to my
yeah, go forward.
So you,
home yet.
anything happened during that time period?
We were just hanging out.
Okay.
No.
Do you know who else was in the house at that time?
No one.
What'd you say?
Go forward.
Knocked. She came in, asked if I had Murphy. Said no.
Oh,
Which
maybe
part?
there. Back up to where the Murphy part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That'll work. We'll go from here. And like I said, we just kind of want to do a little bit of this one to see what your thoughts are based on, because she doesn't talk. Swear to God, Travis. She says, and I don't know a lot. That's all she says. So it's weird.
Cool.
But anyway.
Yeah, I'm about like 25% through it, analyzing it. So.
Oh, okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here we go.
So if you got home around 1, that would have put them
Like
in.
1:45, 2, something like that.
So near bar break? Yeah, I guess.
Right?
Like near bar break?
What does that mean?
Bars normally close at 2 o'clock here.
Oh, yeah. They went to Brown Truck after, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. What'd you do after that, after Maddie and Kaylee got home?
We all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little. And we talked, and then Maddie and I took Murphy out to pee, the dog. And then I said I was gonna go to bed because I was tired, and she said she was gonna go to bed too. And then I went to my room. I was going to sleep, and she came and knocked and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no. And then I went to bed.
Okay. So what time did you think you took Murphy out?
From like 3 to 30.
2:30 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay. And where do you normally take Murphy to go about it?
Just to the back door in the kitchen.
So which one is 1122? So if I'm coming up King Road off the Taylor,
It's the big white house.
all the way to the very top on the right?
Well, it's technically on Queen, but the address is King.
Okay. So is it the one that's tucked back as you're going up to 500 Queen Road? Those big apartments? It's kind of
Yeah.
back just a little bit?
Mhm.
Okay. So you normally go out the back deck then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. Was that enough, or should we pull a little bit more?
Oh, that's a lot. There's a lot there to talk about. Yeah.
All right, then there you go. All right.
Yeah. So, so I'm starting with, I mean, They talked about the bar break. What, like near the bar break? What does that mean?
Sure.
Oh yeah, they went to grub truck after, so I don't know. We all hung out in Kaylee's room. Okay.
Yes.
For a little, and then talked. It's interesting. And then talked. So when I'll just throw it to you guys. What does that sound like to you?
Well, what were you doing when you hung out for a little if you just then talked after that?
Yeah.
The sequence is off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it sounds like they weren't talking when they were hanging out.
That's what I mean. Like, what were you doing instead of talk? You hung out and then talked. That's weird.
Yeah. What happened?
It's very
after?
interesting. And then is the temporal lacunae. So that's a passage of time. That means that the brain is going from one instance to another. There's a jump in time. Okay. So we all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little, and then a jump in time, we talked. And then talked. So this is interesting. There's no pronoun there. And then talked. Who talked? She didn't say. She might be running off of we. Okay. So this is kind of getting a little technical here, but that is really interesting. We have some missing information. Although I do like we. We does denote cooperation and unity. Okay. But based on what she's saying, it seems like, unless I'm missing something, the we is concealed. We don't know who we is, which that's not
right.
Great. We're trying to help the investigator. We're trying to help the investigator. When she says we all hung out, what do you think of, Logan? What do you think of, Mikey? You we might be thinking of different things.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's
it's not clear.
No.
Mm-mm.
But yet she can be almost clear on some of these time points. She can't be clear about who was there because maybe she'll relate back to being tipsy. But these time points that she's on, and then we took Murphy out, the dog, to pee. No, you took your buddy Murphy out to go pee, huh? Yeah. Okie dokie. I don't even know. There's just she has good points on some things, but then trails off. It's interesting.
Bethany is really strange to me in all of her interviews, actually, because she won't speak on anything. She won't. And then he has to actually be so specific. He'll ask a question and you and I would answer it very normally. Like, yes, we went here, we did this, I saw this, whatever happened. But that's not how she does it. She'll say, and then it's like, you're not answering the question. So then he'll have to be more specific about the same question. And then he'll do it 3 times and then she'll finally answer it.
It's like a medicated answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great point. Go ahead, Kim.
Travis, what do you call that when she just says, then talked? Is it avoiding? Is it vague? And then what does that mean?
I think there's a dropped pronoun. I think that she's not being specific with who talked. There was a passage of time, talked. So if I said, I woke up yesterday, I ate some breakfast, I went to work, went to the store, and then I went home. When I said went to the store, I didn't say I went to the store. I dropped I. Okay. Why? Was it because I'm not comfortable saying I went to the store? I wasn't supposed to go to the store. Maybe my wife was expecting me to come straight home, and I stopped and I got some ice cream, and she was expecting me to be home, and she was watching the time. And so I dropped the I because I was trying to distance myself, psychologically, I was distancing myself from the store. Is it because I saw someone at the store that I really didn't want to see, and it was really uncomfortable? Maybe I saw my ex, and I didn't want to convey that, and so I dropped I. So anytime we see a dropped pronoun, there's some sensitivity there, right? And I'm looking at the words right here, and I have and then in pink. And then, which is a passage of time, talked. there is concealment here. There is, I don't know if it's in the negative or the positive, but it is cagey. And I just want to speak to also what Logan said as I'm listening to her, as I'm kind of analyzing her, that this is the word that came to my brain is cagey. She's really reluctant to share much. And the mm-hms and stuff, very informal, you know, immature, I get from that. But also for a
Definitely.
little. So we all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little. For a little. That stood out to her. For a little. So okay, it was just for a minute and then talked. It sounds like something happened really quickly. What does that sound like to you?
Wow.
That to me, that sounds like, and I'm not going to interpret, but I'm just thinking through things. That sounds like something intense happened quickly, you know, and it could be wrong.
Maybe
or
the
Be
maybe
right. You might be right.
yeah, right.
According to the audio we hear.
I mean, if I'm saying and then talked, it's like, okay, was that an argument and then talked? You know, were they just watching a couple of videos real quick and then talked? You know, it could have been not, you know, not really intense the way I'm kind of painting it, but I'm just saying, you know, we got to consider that. And then after talked, she says, and then again. All right. So there's definitely some passages of time there and drop pronouns. There's something going on here. She's being cagey. She's not being very specific. And what's interesting is that she says, I took Murphy out to pee. Okay. But if I'm not mistaken, in a different section, she says her and Maddie
Yeah.
took Murphy out to pee.
Yes.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, and that I think that comes after this actually.
Okay.
We can go through a little bit more of it because there is a little bit more because there's a few things in here I think you're gonna catch something on because of what she says.
Okay.
But for sure. But there's not much that she talks about. Kim was right. It's just a lot of him hawing around. You can tell she doesn't want to talk. I think we all gathered that.
She's going to get to the noises she hears.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's important. One other thing that I think is important, and I think you guys would like this, and I think the people listening would like this, where she says, Murphy took Murphy out to pee the dog, and then passage of time, I said I was going to go to bed. So this reminds me of something Peter teaches. He says, I'm going to give you a riddle. 5 baseball players are on the field. One of them decides to go home. How many are left?
4.
No,
5.
there's 5. Just because a decision was made doesn't mean they actually did it, right? That's the trickery that people will say. So one thing that's interesting is she says, I said I was going to go to bed. So we want to see, is that all she's saying? Because that doesn't mean she did go to bed. But later she said, I went to my room, very likely to be true. You know, I was going to sleep, and she came and knocked and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no, and then I went to bed. That all sounds genuine. That there's not much there. There's a little bit of a passage of time, but she later explains that it makes sense. So just from what I'm seeing, there is a lot of stuff that does make sense, that is likely to be true, but there is concealment, and there is some peculiarities. With Dylan, it just was like, man, one thing after another. And there was like, so hard to just find any truthful statements from her. But Bethany's a little different. So
sure. So, and real quick, while we're finishing this up, guys, I'm going to ask you now, and you guys can throw it in the chat. So, what Travis mentioned, Eric Gower. I also have Hunter Johnson, and I think. Does that sound right, ladies, gentlemen? Those the only ones thus far. I like Gower because he mentioned Gower. Is there somebody else you want to throw in the mix for them to pick?
This is on the ladies.
I said and gentlemen.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. Somebody else said Emily, Lyndon. See, there's so many of them. I hate to do that.
Eventually, I'm going to go through them all, guys.
Maybe you should
Yeah, right. So
if this crew said Gower, is that what you want to?
Yeah, he said Gower too. So I mean, we can go into Gower. I mean, a lot of people have issues with him. So
Well,
Maybe a poll,
there,
Joey.
you did say that there was something kind of pertinent that you were thinking of on this one. Are you moving on, or are you just
Yeah, I'm
thinking
going to
about?
move on with this one a little bit more, and I was
Okay.
going to give them the opportunity to vote on that while
It seems
we.
like a lot of people want Hunter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm seeing that thus far. So, um, I guess is that okay with you, Travis, if we go into the Hunter
Oh
Johnson
man,
version?
I'm cool with whatever, man.
Okay, okay. Because a lot of people are saying Hunter, and I agree. I think Hunter is it needs to be done because there's a lot with him that everybody had issues with. So I guess we'll go with that. But we'll finish this one up a little bit more of this one first. If is everybody good with that?
That's
Logan?
super good.
Okay, super good,
Super good.
pretty much. Yes. Okay, let's do it.
It's perfect.
Okay, so you go there. You and Maddie take the dog out.
Mhm.
And then, how long do you think that took?
I was out there for maybe like 10 seconds.
Okay. So then you both come back in. So you and Maddie.
I came in before she did.
Okay. Did Maddie still have the dog then?
Yes, I think so.
So you went out for a little bit, came back in. Do you know what time Maddie came back in?
Mhm.
And you went straight to bed when you came back in?
Mhm.
Okay. How long after you went to bed do you think Maddie came in?
Actually, I came in, grabbed some chips, went to my room, and watched the show for a little, and then I went to bed.
What were you watching?
Okay, I don't want to overload you. We have time to go through more of it too, or do you want me to keep going right now?
Me?
Yeah. Is that
No,
enough? Too much or?
We can keep going.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 second.
Called Baby Daddy.
Okay. How long do you think you watched it?
Maybe like 30 minutes.
So one episode maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like a half.
Okay. And did Maddie come in during that show or after?
She just knocked on my door, I think, during last. I had Murphy and Mason.
Then what happened after that?
I just went to bed. And then I woke up and I was like half asleep and I just thought I saw like a firework or something. Like it just sparkled like under my door. And I thought I heard like something kind of fall. And then Murphy barked, but I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over because he's usually loud in the kitchen upstairs.
Okay.
We can pause it there.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure that's something that a lot of y'all have talked about there, right?
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
So let's see, where did we start? So I was out there maybe like 10 seconds. Now, something that stood out to me earlier is it sounded like she said she was out there for 30 minutes earlier, 2:30 to 3. And now she's saying 10 seconds. I don't know if that's rock solid though.
No, that's pretty accurate.
Okay.
I think from the beginning, yeah, initially, that's how I think it came off. Initially.
Okay. So I hate bagging on people, but man, the investigator really asked a lot of contaminating questions, a lot of leading questions, instead of just what happened. Okay, so from that point, what happened? From that point, what happened? Just let them talk, let them tell their story, rather than just trying to lead them. It's almost like he was coming from like, oh, this is a sweet little, young 20-year-old, and I kind of need to help her through it or whatever. I don't know. It's just frustrating.
You are absolutely correct, man. I'm glad you called that out yourself, Travis, because if you go through these interviews, every one of these interviews they all had kid gloves on. It's insane. I've never seen this before.
And
so good catch.
I swear that she says 2:30, 2:30.
But yeah, she'll take the later time and then back it up, which is kind of interesting. Not a lot of people do that. That seems odd.
Definitely.
That's what you're saying, Mikey?
Yeah, because I swear she started off with 2:30.
Yeah, she kind of backed off of it. And I mean, it is weird. We also have drinking going on and stuff like that. And so, we always don't know every time. I mean, when I say, hey, there's a caveat around the time, I mean, we got to weigh it. both sides of it, and she's also in front of an investigator. People died. I mean, there is some, got to be fair about it, I guess. But yeah, it is kind of strange to go from the later time to the earlier times. It's interesting.
I wonder if is it fair to let them have their phone in there and go, "Hey, can I look at my phone to get you that record?"
I would think so.
It's.
I mean,
they're not considered suspects at this point. So yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and in the Gooch interview, she pulls up the phone. Oh no, in the, God, I can't even remember which one. No, I can't remember, but she's showing the investigators her phone.
Yeah.
Is that the Gooch interview?
I think that actually says it in both of them. I think.
Okay. Yeah. And that's a good sign, to share the phone and have them look at the proof of it. One thing that's interesting is just to kind of go back here. So do you and Maddie both come back in? She says, I came in before she did. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he asked that question and why he's wondering it. It's very specific. I don't know what it means to the greater picture. But then she actually remembers something. She goes back and she goes, actually, I came in, grabbed some chips, went to my room, and watched a show for a little, and then I went to bed.
Right.
I personally kind of like that. I came in, grabbed some chips, went to my room, and watched a show for a little bit, and then I went to bed. The only thing is there are some possible drops. Pronouns, it's not normal for us to say I before everything we do. I came in, grabbed some chips, I went to my room, I watched a show for a little bit, and then I went to bed, adding an I every time. So there's a little bit of a question there, but that seems genuine. And the fact that she went back and clarified it, to me, it's an overall positive statement. There are some caveats to it. There is a jump in time where she says, and then I went to bed. But later on, she says there was some time watching the show. So that kind of makes sense.
Can I explain something to you real quick, just so you have a little idea of actually what kind of went on that we believe? So the chips that she grabbed actually never made it to her room. They are found in the living room unopened. And during this time that she says she's watching this show in her room by herself, Maddie calls her and she doesn't answer.
Right.
So she's supposedly awake watching this show. So why are you not answering your roommate's call after you just left her outside by herself?
Exactly.
So it's a little strange.
Okay. Interesting.
It also might create a contradiction because there's no way to prove that Maddie knocked on her door.
Right.
Right.
Sure.
There is a phone record. There's a phone record of Maddie calling. So we just don't know for sure.
Yes. That makes sense. Well, yeah, I came in, grabbed some chips. So there could be a drop pronoun there, and she specifies grabbed, that's an interesting verb. Just something to kind of think about. So anyway, she just knocked on my door. So actually, this is a perfect example of just, Logan. And did Maddie come in during that show?
She never got up. She didn't unlock her door. She didn't even answer the door. She made Maddie, I guess, speak through the door, if that even happened.
Yeah, and this is a good example of just. And did Maddie come in during that show or after? So he preloaded it that Maddie came in. He just wanted to know, did Maddie come in during or after? And she goes, she just knocked on my door. See, just makes sense there. She is refuting what he implied. So a little nerdy, just education there.
And
Very helpful, though.
Why did she knock on the door? So at this point, the door would have been unlocked. She stated later that she locked the door. So why didn't she just open the door?
Yeah, I mean, she just knocked on my door, I think, during the show and asked if I had Murphy. And I said no. Now, logically, just from a truthful statement here, I think she is caveating during. So she's not saying she thinks she knocked on the door. She says, I think during. So that's what she is caveating. And asked if I had Murphy, and I said no. This is likely to be true based on what I am seeing.
Sure.
But you left Maddie out there, and then she comes down to ask if she had Murphy.
Right. And then, like Logan
Right.
said, she tries to call and doesn't answer.
So we do have, she just knocked on my door, I think during, and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no. There's not a lot of potential deception here.
No, it makes you wonder if is that a true timestamp, timestamp of an actual action that was real to me.
Right.
Did she leave the dog outside?
Well, and deception can be she's thinking about it. See, this is why this is like I'm just going to put a blanket over all of this, and this just really stinks because I think a professional statement analyst would be like, Trav, you really can't use almost any of this, and it's because of the questions that were asked and the way that this interrogation happened. And so it's like I'm just an amateur over here trying to use a contaminated statement and trying to pull information from it. This could be her recollecting something way back in the past, and she's telling us a truthful statement from 3 days ago.
Right.
And that's why I'm looking at it. I'm going, man, I mean, this just seems like a truthful statement. But the way that the whole thing has flowed,
I feel like, and I mentioned this actually before the show, that I said, I feel like this interview, like he just leads her and gives her the answers so much that it's such a difficult one to.
It is.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. I
Definitely some
agree.
softball shit.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, and then you have like the firework, right?
Yeah.
I just went to bed. What happened after that? I just went to bed, right? So he's saying there's something that happened after that. I just went to bed, which just kind of makes sense. She's saying, hey, nothing happened after that. However, then she says, and then I woke up, but I was like half asleep. So she is minimizing waking up. That kind of makes sense. Hey, I woke up, but I was half asleep. We know what that's like, where you are half asleep. You're not fully aware of things. And I thought I saw like a firework or something like it just sparkled. That's an interesting word. Like under my door. Go ahead.
I'd really like to prove the point that like when those doors were shut that you couldn't see past those thresholds that were underneath there. Without them, yes, I could see there's a gap. But with them, is there any gap that you can actually see anything? Because I believe there's not. Which would make that statement bullshit.
That's interesting. And we have a lot of caveats. So we have a passage of time. You have, I thought. So look, in a case where it's just like, hey, you stated that you did X. And they're like, no, I said I thought I did. Right? That I thought is a huge caveat. So
yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubbly.
Now my wife has mentioned there was a comet. There was like a meteor this night that was pretty bright in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
So
remember that was the whole point in where part of Brian Koberger's alibi per se, supposedly.
Yeah.
The meteor
that he
shower
was
that
up
was
there
going
and
on.
checking that out. Yeah.
Yeah, right. They had announced it at Wazoo, and that was part of his alibi that night. So yeah, absolutely.
So the fact that she says, and then I thought I heard like something kind of fall. There's a passage of time between her hearing the firework and hearing whatever this was, something kind of fall. And then Murphy barked. That's a singular bark, by the way.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me.
But they were just looking for Murphy. Huh?
There were some passages of time there.
Yeah.
So I guess, we got to think about
right.
Yeah, they gapped out 10 or 20.
There's a whole lot of thoughts, this is really caveated. A lot of this is caveated. but I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over because he's usually loud in the kitchen. Now there's a little bit of a possible subtle insult there. Ethan was loud. You know,
Absolutely.
yeah. So at the same time, sometimes we do have those roommates, those people that are loud at night, and she's trying to maybe justify why she justified it in her mind to not be too concerned. This is a very interesting statement, though. I mean, it is very interesting. I'm very curious once I really break this down what I'm going to take from this. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to ingest, to be honest.
Yeah, right. I get it.
I mean,
Absolutely.
just from like a human being perspective, like saw like a firework or something sparkled. That my thought was like a light bulb. If someone smacks a light bulb and it kind of sparks and falls.
Yeah,
sometimes.
something's getting knocked over.
That's kind of what I thought. I don't know. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Something knocked over, creating a
It's
flicker
never
of
a
light.
firework.
Yeah. No. And she
thought it's never a firework. We know
she
what
later explains, because they ask, like, when you saw the spark, what color was it? She said orange, like fire. And then because people were throwing different things out there, like it was a stun gun, it was this, it was that. Then there was talk about a Sensi light that fell over and was busted. But at the same time, that's not going to make. Here's the thing: if it fell out and it came out of the outlet that it was plugged into, there's no power connected to it. Therefore, in turn, it's not going to make any kind of a spark or okay.
Right.
So it can't do anything.
Right.
And a little light bulb, like I reenact things all the time. I took my wife cussed me out for it, but I did it. I took one of her Sensi bulbs that she had and I dropped it on the floor to see what it would make. It didn't make. You can barely hear it.
Pre-LEDs, maybe you would see some kind of flash or something, but with it, yeah, like get out of here.
She said it was a sparkle. That's one of the ways. She described it many different ways, but one of the ways was a sparkle.
That was a glimmer of her second personality.
Sure.
But with language, Travis, what do you think about her inability to completely definitively describe it or
oh yeah, it's a huge part of this.
Definitively describe it.
Yeah, it's a huge part of this.
Right, and he doesn't help by not following up. Again, he's leading with the questions and giving the answers at the same time. So,
well, I will say in his defense, at this point, I'm looking at it. She said she just knocked on my door, I think, during, and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no. He says the beautiful questions. Okay, and then what happened after that? And hey, lo and behold, we get a huge phrase here. I mean, this is why what happened is so powerful. And so,
I'll be right back, guys.
This particular statement is not contaminated, which is I'm very grateful for, because it's hard to find them. But yeah, I mean, Ken, there is. I have them highlighted here, and then there's 3 passages of time in here, okay, which denotes missing information. So what sounds like, oh, I saw a firework and I heard a noise, sounds like a couple seconds.
Yeah.
But what her brain is telling us is there was more passage of time than that. Okay. Now, she had just said she was in bed and woke up. So if there's all these passages of time while she's awake, after just being asleep, right? I mean, put yourself in that situation. You just woke up. You're ready to fall right back asleep.
Yeah.
Right.
You see this. Where's the reaction? What happened? What did you do after you seen this sparkler thing? Like, you just chilled out and went, oh, it must be my crazy roommates.
Exactly.
Running around in their underwear like they always do. We're just so calm, and you got to knock on my door to see if I have the dog. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm. Right. And her kind of explanation is, I thought people were just making like food, which we got to ask ourselves, if you saw sparkling under your door, would the thought of, well, people are just making food, does that make sense?
It doesn't add up.
Yeah. Would that be enough for you to sleep comfortably. I mean, how often are you seeing sparkles under your
When somebody's upstairs making food, why would you see a sparkler on the first floor? Like, yeah.
Right.
Also, the kitchen is probably the farthest removed room from her room, isn't it? Isn't
like,
she more under the living room or no?
Okay, can I tell you where my
Yes.
room is?
Yeah. Well, so there's so many. Let's see. I was like half asleep, so that's caveated. Listen, if you were half asleep, you wouldn't say like half asleep. You would say I was half asleep.
Right.
You know, you don't need to caveat that if you truly were half asleep. So that's a concerning caveat. And I thought I saw like a firework. So she's already caveated it to where. So you saw a firework. Well, I thought I saw one. And then I thought I heard like something kind of fall. So it's caveated. I heard something fall would likely be true. The fact that she caveats it, right? Earlier when I'm talking about I went to bed, that is likely to be true. Not I thought I went to bed, or I kind of went to bed, right? Here we have, and then I thought people were just like making like food. So she caveats everything. And then she does feel the need to explain he's usually allowed in the kitchen about those things, which that's concerning. We're talking about someone who has passed away. We see when people are near and dear to us and they pass away, they kind of have an angelic view in our minds. You know, we don't say things to, we don't insult them. We don't say things, bad things. I mean, some people have, like, let's say a parent that was just really awful to them and they passed away. They don't like saying bad things about them. Even then, you know, even though there wasn't a great relationship, the fact that they passed on, there's just this honor and respect.
He was our big hero. You know, we always you felt safe in the house when he was there. Where'd that go?
Yeah.
So the fact that she's saying Ethan was loud, you know, it's being phrased to, this is why I didn't think much of it, but it could be deceptive in the fact that she's actually subtly insulting him. So both things need to be considered. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes. I believe it does.
Thank you.
Was there any more of this you guys wanted to move on or go on with, or did you want to move on to the next one?
That was good.
Everybody gave a great idea in the chat. A lot of people did. They wanted us, it came down to Hunter Johnson. Everybody said they wanted him to review Hunter Johnson's memorial speech. What do you guys think? With that or the interview? What do you think, ladies? And Mike?
Oh, I'm gonna push this on to the ladies.
How did I know that?
No, they know that.
What do you two think? The memorial speech or the interview?
I think the only thing in the memorial speech is like his different transitions in like emotions.
The memorial
Other
speech
than that,
is interesting.
It is, but see, I thought that the interview would be a little bit more, would catch him more off guard.
Yeah, it's about the events.
Can I say something on that? Just to
please,
throw my hat in the ring.
Please.
So I'll listen to anything, but I will just throw it out there that prepared speech is very difficult to analyze. It has a big caveat on it because it's prepared. So what really, when statement analysis can just do its thing, is when someone is just asked open questions and the speed of transmission of that brain just going, and they're either going to show that they're innocent and they're being truthful, or it is going to show that they're being dishonest, deceptive.
So maybe you should just do a poll. But
great point. Thank you for.
No, I think that was a deciding factor what he just said, because that makes perfect sense. And he's the one that has to do the analysis of it. So absolutely. So 1 minute here. I know I have that one here.
And it's only about 10 minutes, isn't it? It's not very long.
None of these are. That's what blows my mind with how short these are.
That's like egg roll.
We're just trying to solve a quadruple homicide. We don't need to keep you here beyond 10.
Thank you. See you in a minute. Bye bye.
And can I make a plea for all those out there? Okay,
come again.
Look, I do have a full-time job, and I have a wife and 6 kids. One is out of the house now, and I'm doing an investment property as well. I do music, and so I have a lot of things going on. And just so people know, like, to do like the whole Dylan thing, I mean, it took me,
Sure.
man, it probably took me like, I don't know,
12
somewhere
hours.
around, probably, honestly, like I probably spent like 30 to 40 hours total of first of all going through the transcript and making sure the transcript's clean, and then going through and marking all my sensitivity indicators, and then really thinking through them and writing notes. And then I'm a millennial who has never done YouTube before and trying to figure out all that, and that's a work in progress.
And double checking.
And so I, because I get a lot of comments that are like, okay, now do this, now do this person. And it's like, man, I so want to, but it's a matter of time. So I appreciate people's patience on it all.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. Can I just say really quick that Allie Tally came over here from Lana's channel and just showed up and showed out. I just want to say thank you. She always shows out for Lana, so she came over here and did the same.
Very awesome, Allie. Thank you.
Boom, 50 bones.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Very kind.
Tally is great. Yep.
Okay. All right, guys. So I have this one here. And this is the whole thing is 15 minutes, but we don't have to go through the entire thing. It's just, the whole thing is so strange to me anyway, because of this is the same day. Okay. All these interviews were done the same day. This is the weird thing to me. And like within hours of finding the situation out, it just seems to me a lot of these kids have no emotions, that are just like, it seems the emotions are off. I'll just say that. That's me though. That's my opinion.
I'm excited. I've not heard this.
Can we give Travis just a little recap of the role that Hunter Johnson plays in this?
Yes, go ahead, Logan. I think I don't remember. I don't want to miss things. So if you are okay doing it, are you good doing that then?
Yeah. No problem. So
I don't want to mess something up.
Yeah, no, and I probably will anyway, so it's fine. So Hunter Johnson, the role that he plays in this case is Xana had a best friend named Emily. Emily's boyfriend is Hunter. They lived close to the King Road house, and before the girls called 911, they called Emily to come over and, I don't know, help. I don't know why they'd call a female. But what happened was, I guess they told them something's going on, and Hunter jumps up and runs out the door over there by himself in front of everybody. I'm not sure what was said. I think maybe they told Emily that they were dead, and that's why he ran, because we don't know why he actually would run over there. Anyways, so he runs over. He said he puts the code in the front door, and he goes upstairs where Bethany and Dylan are, and that he goes to check Xana's room and then goes and grabs a knife. We don't know if it was from the kitchen or off the floor or where he grabbed the knife from. He goes back into Xana's room. He said that he checked her for a pulse and then came back out still holding the knife. And then the cops showed up still holding the knife. And then the cops go in the room and see Xana and Ethan. He claims he didn't check Ethan. And then they ask him to put the knife, or then he put the knife on the floor. And then they ask him to put the knife on the table. So he does. He has a weird stance. He does like a Chris Watts, arms on the head. He definitely looks, to me, in my opinion, like he's acting a little bit. That's just my opinion. And then I think that's pretty much it.
Wasn't he hanging out with his buddy too that morning, and then he just got up and left?
So apparently everybody said, or he says, he was spending the night with Emily that night. He got a really bad feeling at 4 a.m, jumped up and locked his door. However, he had friends over that night, and they were all awake in the living room, and they said they never saw him that night. So he didn't come into the living room and lock the door, according to his friends.
Yeah, the other interview with Lyndon says he was sleeping or at his apartment. I'm not sure, is what he said. So yeah.
And he's Ethan's best friend, or one of his best friends.
Self-proclaimed, yeah.
Yeah, he says that, not, yeah.
So he's, the way you introduced him was Xana's best friend's boyfriend.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But
Or
apparently he's close to
Boyfriend's
Ethan.
best
Okay.
friend.
Dylan's best friends. Or wasn't Dylan and Emily real close? I thought they were their best friends.
I thought Emily was Xana's best friend.
Okay. That I could be wrong then. I get these things wrong all the time. That's why I wanted you to explain it.
I could be wrong, but that's what I always thought.
Shoot.
Right. I don't remember. I just thought that her and Dylan were close. That's why Dylan called her, but that's probably me. Just assuming then. So no worries. No worries. Emily was Xana. Okay, see, you guys, you're right, as always. As always, Miss Logan, always.
Fascinating. Okay.
This is
Interesting.
why I respect Logan, because she always corrects me when I'm wrong. I learned from you. I appreciate it.
Well, you need
Emily
to start
and Xana were
correcting me
best
when I'm
friends.
wrong.
It's very rare that it happens, so I'll just say that.
Yes, Dylan is Emily's little, so they're Greek
that's it.
related.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So
they're
I
all
apologize.
intertwined in some weird way.
Absolutely. There you go. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
The whole thing is weird. I mean,
It
truly
is.
and honestly, this whole thing is a big, weird, twisted mess. Truly and honestly.
Mhm.
I'm seeing that.
Everybody's right. I was wrong. I'm shutting up now. Okay.
Would you say it's typically unique?
Yes, it is definitely. Typically, it is. Yeah.
I love that name, by the way. It reminds me of the
Yeah.
Steely Dan
Very.
pretzel logic. The
Right.
contradiction.
Very,
I love it.
It is crafty. You see, it's good.
Mhm.
very cool. There you guys. Thank you for correcting me, everybody.
Oh,
Welcome, Moto.
Joey,
Good to
stop
see you.
it.
No, I'm grateful. Like I said, I don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
being wrong.
No, it's
I hate being wrong because I don't want to put out any more misinformation that's already out there. That's the problem. So
there's so much you can't remember it all. You know.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the problem.
impossible.
All right. So this is right when he comes in, and we'll go from there. And
Let's do
again,
What's your nose initial now? And what's a good phone number for you? And what's a good address for you? Okay. So you do not live at the house, right?
No.
Okay. So what do you got for me? What do you know?
It was like right around noon, maybe just before then, and called my girlfriend that she thought something was not right in her house, and she heard and saw a man in their house last night, and she wanted us to come over, like make sure everything was okay, because they just locked themselves in I think is what they said. And so I was the first one to get over there. I left pretty quickly because I just wanted to make sure, and I got over there and I walked up the stairs, and I immediately went into Xana's room, which was the only room I went into. I went up the stairs, saw them. Were pretty uncontrollably crying and didn't know what was going on. Sure. And I told them to get out of the house and call the cops. And I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer because I didn't know if someone was still in the house or not. And
all right, that was a lot, so I don't want to overload you again.
I like that he. First of all, the investigator did a really good job. Tell me what you know. Tell me, just left it just didn't contaminate it, which was fantastic. Thank God.
Sure.
I think this is the same fella that I did with Dylan, that interviewed Dylan, that I believe. And with Dylan, he did a good opening as well. In my opinion, he was a little bit better than the one that we did with Bethany, that did the Bethany one. I like that he went right to noon when he was called. He didn't go back to the start. He didn't it started 24 hours ago when all of this. It reminds me of the statement I just did with Brandon Risner, I believe.
Yeah.
where, yeah, the cop came to Brandon and said, "Hey, what's going on?" And Brandon went way back noon the day before and told all this big old long story,
Right.
And I gave the example that it's like, hey, if I lent you my pencil and I'm like, hey, can I have my pencil back? And you're like, okay, so yesterday I used it and I did this with it and I did that. You tell me this big
Right.
long story. I'm like, okay, probably some bad news is coming. You lost my pencil, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or something, right? I love the fact that he went to right to where he apparently was introduced into this whole thing.
Okay.
And he starts saying, "Hey, at noon, I got this call, and this is what happened. I went over there pretty quick." Now, for me, everything sounds. There's nothing that really stood out to me right off the bat. Now, I am at a little bit of a disadvantage because I'm just hearing it on the. I don't have all the words in front of me. I don't have that transcript.
Of course.
So, just to be honest with you, now he did say it's the only room I went into, but then he just says I went upstairs and saw Kaylee. So that I'm questioning is is he trying to say is that physically he went into Xana's room and he went up and saw Kaylee and Maddie, but didn't actually go into the room, or did he just contradict himself? I need to look at those words better. But so far, I mean, this is sounding pretty good. I mean, he explains why he got the knife because I didn't know if someone was in there. That does make sense. Like
All
I imagine
right.
myself going in and it's like, dude, there's a bunch of dead bodies. Like, is the person
Yeah.
still here? And
That's
the way these girls have not been specific with anything, it wouldn't be surprising, to just think these girls aren't even telling us what's going on. And as far as I know, they just found him. So did this just happen today? So I like what I'm hearing, to be honest with you.
Well,
the
thus
priority
far,
where they started with these people is it's so weird. Like Ethan and Xana are left out. Like, there's a lot.
right.
Hunter comes
Right.
into, originally it was heard that, to open the door because they couldn't get the door open to get in Xana's room or whatever.
That
I
was a
feel
whole
like
other story that, yeah.
I feel like he's telling on himself because I feel like he's answering a question that wasn't asked there. Xana's room was the only room I went into. I didn't go into any other room. But he wasn't asked that necessarily.
It's true. So again, we kind of have a swinging pendulum. If the guy is like, if the investigator's like, hey, so tell me something. And hold on a second, buddy. Hold on, okay? And he's like, well, it looks like they all got murdered. And then that's it. And then the investigator has to ask more, then we would also be concerned with that.
Right.
When the reason that we want the investigators to ask open-ended questions is so that the person can just tell us their priority and show us their priority, show us what they did, and just allow them to answer really all the questions really all by themselves. I mean, a perfect statement that we would love to see would be, hey, it was just basically one question, and they laid out the most important parts. They started it logically, it made sense where they started, and they explained it, and they articulated their experience, and it pretty much laid it all out there. So on the flip side, you also have they're answering questions that prioritize themselves. They're answering questions that give themselves alibis that just concern us with what kind of questions they're thinking about. And so when you say he told on himself, help me understand that a little bit more, Logan.
So he said Xana's room was the only room I went into. He was, kind of giving, what he did and stuff, but I feel like he threw in there, Xana's room is the only room I went into on purpose. And that's specifically because I know I'm speculating, but I do think he went up to the third floor.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to know that though.
Well, and maybe I'm wrong here, and this has kind of exposed I'm not the greatest listener, and I don't have the best memory, but I thought he did say that Xana's room was the only one he went into, and he did go upstairs and he saw Kaylee. So I'm imagining this, and I could be wrong, but it would make logical sense to walk up the stairs and from the landing, from the common area, look and peer into an open door and see dead people without actually entering into the room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of, playing devil's advocate on that could be a possibility. But you're right. I mean, this might be something that does indicate some stuff. I'm just being honest with you. I'm just sharing my thoughts as they
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
That's
absolutely.
100%. And I think I've even said in the past, I think it's possible because if you listen to him on the 911 call and you think about the period of time that he's off in the house doing what he's doing, it seems like it took him too long to just go to Xana's room and come back. It feels like he was in the house running through. And truly, if you think about it, if he goes up them stairs, if you know the layout of the house, all he would have to do is get to the top of that stairwell, turn and look. You can see directly into Maddie's bedroom. If her door's open, you can see both the victims laying there. Turn around and come back down the stairs and say, "Get out, get out, get out." That's kind of what I envisioned. So I don't know if that's what happened.
And if you
But-
roll that back to
point-
the fumbling of the phone, going back and forth, like time-wise, that's probably when he was in there doing whatever he was doing. They
He was
were
in there
passing
for
the
4
phone.
whole
Did
minutes.
get out on the 911 call because you can hear like this lapse in time,
Mhm.
and his voice seems to trail from
It's farther away.
come
Yeah.
closer.
Absolutely.
So, and if he is concerned, and I do think that makes sense, if he came in there really comfortable, that would be a bad sign because that sounds like he's really familiar with the scene already. And so I'm imagining this. It's not really analysis, but just putting ourselves in his psychology, in his situation, there might be a slow pace to this where he is cautious and he is taking his time because if there is a concern that these murders just happened, someone might jump out on me. That's something to consider.
Sure.
Um,
That is absolutely a good point. Very good point.
Well, and here's another thing is I do like it in just playing devil's advocate on this is the telling on yourself is, hey, this is how much I influenced the scene because he's probably old enough to understand, hey, you monkeying around with a murder scene, you can get busted for tampering. And so him telling on this is exactly what I did do. I did go into this room. I didn't go into that room. Here's what I did do. Here's what I didn't do. And being very clear about that could be a sign of just him just being very honest, and I think I would probably do the same thing, like here's what I did do. Here's where I didn't go.
Sure.
So it's tough. It's tough, but I'm really excited to analyze this one. Wow, man, because
There's more because they get into a lot more detail. He came in the beginning of this and just kind of went through the whole thing, and then they stop, and then they go detail by detail.
And then they go back and unpack.
Yeah,
good.
Basically, so
okay,
absolutely. Anything to add or ask or anything, Kim, before we go anywhere?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Perfect.
And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the.
Hang on, I'm sorry, I forgot that happened. 1 minute. There we go. Okay. That's better. Now we can see you. I don't know why it was doing that earlier. Cutting you off, driving me nuts. Okay. I can be hidden. It doesn't matter.
The little table they have in the living room area.
Downstairs.
Like in the middle, like where the kitchen level, that level.
There's like a little area there.
Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after, but I grabbed the knife and I went into the room and I checked like the closet and everything to make sure there was no one in there. It didn't seem like anyone was in there. And then I.
Oh, I hate these redactions.
Bummer. This is brutal.
There's so many of them too.
Okay.
And shoot. Look at his name. Sorry, this is just a lot. What's his name? That's his name. They all came into the house. They were coming up the stairs, and I told them, get out. They do not want to come in. They need to get out. And that's when you guys roughly showed up around the scene, was when I told them to get out.
No, okay.
And then one of the policemen came, and I showed him where I saw them, and he just said, stay where you're at. And I said, okay. And I didn't know if there were any more people upstairs. I didn't go up there.
Okay.
The cops came as soon as.
What, did you go to this party last night?
No.
Okay.
You can pause that.
Yes, sir. I saw your face. I figured it was coming.
Yeah. So, am I mistaken? Didn't he say earlier he did go upstairs and saw Kaylee? Or am I imagining that?
I don't think I heard
I
that.
don't
When
think
you
you
said that
did.
earlier, I was a little confused.
I was like, can you play it back? Because maybe I missed it.
Yeah, I thought so too, because I never heard that before when you said that. I was like, wait, did I miss that? That's why I was sitting quiet.
Dang, I wish I had a transcript in front of me. I could look at it.
Go back and
Yeah.
play it.
Yeah,
I can play it back again. That's not a problem
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Did we remember? It was right at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
After he gets
Okay.
through his name and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on here. Some of it's blanked out because it's redacted, but hold on.
Maybe he said he didn't go upstairs at that point.
It's
That might
possible.
be what he said.
Yeah, this is a,
Okay. So you do not live at the house, right?
No.
Okay. So what do you got for me? What do you know?
It was like right around noon, maybe just before then, but called my girlfriend that she thought something was not right in her house, and she heard and saw a man in their house last night, and she wanted us to come over, like make sure everything was okay, because they just locked themselves in I think is what they said. And so I was the first one to get over there. I left pretty quickly because I just wanted to make sure, and I got over there and I walked up the stairs, and I immediately went into Xana's room, which was the only room I went into. I went up the stairs, saw them.
Oh, that part.
okay. That's
Yeah.
something we contested that in the beginning too, and I know what you're saying. I get it. So he.
That's why I was confused.
No. You're right. He
Oh, we all
basically
went through it. We all
Yeah.
went through it. Yeah.
what he basically did there, from what I am understanding, is he restarted his statement. Okay, so he was like, I went did this, and then he goes back to it again and says, so I went upstairs and I saw them, and then goes forward from there, meaning Xana and Ethan.
Meaning from the first floor to the second floor where
I got
Xana's
it.
room is.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
it. Okay.
And
Yeah, I saw that, and I immediately thought
You're not the only one that thought that. We all
Nope.
did. In the very beginning, when we first saw this, we were all like, what the hell? Wait a minute. And then, so yeah, I got you now. I get it. Why you
There's a
heard
lot
that.
of flip flop.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Awesome.
I'm glad we clarified that though, because when you were saying that earlier, I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss something? And I didn't want to say a word because I'm like, Jesus, I've listened to this 5 times. What did I miss? You know what I mean?
Just
so we're
me
good.
confusing everybody.
No. It's not your fault. It confused every one of us. I swear I did. Every one of us.
Nah.
So, all right, I'll just go from here then, if that's okay.
Cool.
Were pretty uncontrollably crying and didn't know what was going on. And I told them to get out of the house and call the cops. And I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer because I didn't know if someone was still in the house or not. And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the little table they have in the living room area.
Downstairs.
Like in the middle, like where the kitchen level, that level.
There's like a little area there.
Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after, but I grabbed the knife and I went into the room and I checked like the closet and everything to make sure there was no one in there. It didn't seem like anyone was in there. And then I
Man, this is brutal. I hate this. Man, I want to know what he says here.
We all do, I promise.
I know.
I hate these redactions.
Preaching to the choir. Every time I talk about it, I'm like, I'm just preaching to the choir over here.
And this is the part that you would think they wouldn't redact, but they truly, which tells me it's probably something important.
And shoot, I forgot the other guy's name. Sorry, this is just a lot. What's his name?
Yeah, there's that.
That's his name. They all came into the house, started coming up the stairs, and I told them, get out. They do not want to come in. They need to get out. And that's when you guys roughly showed up around the scene, was when I told them to get out.
No, okay.
And then one of the policemen came, and I showed him where I saw them, and he just said, stay where you're at. And I said, okay. And I didn't know if there were any more people upstairs. I didn't go up there.
Okay.
The cops came as soon as.
What, did you go to this party last night?
No.
Okay.
I was talking with Ethan. I have a text from him most of the night. We were talking because he wanted me to come, and I didn't really want to walk all the way over there. Yeah.
The text messages, were they just through Messenger, or they through?
Just, normal message. iMessage or whatever.
You got your phone on?
No, I didn't go grab it though.
Where is it?
It's just in there.
I'll do that in a sec. So how do you know Ethan?
I met him during Rush in college. It's where you try to go into a house.
Is Ethan part of a fraternity? He is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You want me to keep going, or you want me to stop here for a minute?
What you got, Logan? I can see something's on your mind.
I'm trying to figure out. I'd have to go back and replay it. I'm trying to figure out if he said he only checked one of their pulse or both of their pulses.
Okay. So in the Nunez body cam, he said he only checked Xana's, didn't check Ethan's, but he knew by looking at him that he was deceased. But in here, I think he said that he checked both their pulses.
I'm trying to figure out, did he specifically say, I checked their pulse?
Yeah, I think
my memory of it is that he did not check Ethan's.
That's what I remember too.
That's what I thought, but that's what I was trying to figure out if he.
I can back up. It's no big deal.
pulse.
You guys are okay. Do you know how far back that was?
No.
Well, after you do that, I have something else too.
Okay.
I want to hear it.
You need to take a break, Travis. I noticed you were talking to your son. I think you can take a break if you need to.
I have one boy who he doesn't like waiting, and so it's okay. If it was someone else, I'd be like, "Oh, I better."
Are you sure?
He's my little impatient boy.
No, I get it.
It's okay. My wife would be hitting me up. We're totally fine.
I can talk about something to these guys if you need to go talk to them.
I don't want to miss it.
He's committed.
No worries. No worries.
I love this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's see if I went back far enough here. Let me know, Logan, if I need to go back further.
Up there. The cops came as soon as.
What did you go to?
That's his name.
Yeah.
And everything to make sure there was no one. Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after, but I grabbed was still in the house or not. And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the little table they have in the. Walked up the stairs, and I immediately went into Xana's room, which was the only room I went into. I went up the stairs, saw them. Were pretty uncontrollably crying and didn't know what was going on. Sure. And I told them to get out of the house and call the cops. And I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer because I didn't know if someone was still in the house or not. And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the little table they have in the living room area.
Downstairs?
Like in the middle, like like where the kitchen level, that level.
There's like a little area there.
Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after, but I grabbed the knife and I went into the room and I checked like the closet and everything to make sure there was no one in there. It didn't seem like anyone was in there. And then I
See, this is the problem. He could be talking about checking pulses right now. He could be
Yeah,
talking
like
about all that stuff.
why did they cut it off after I checked the closet? Is
Mhm.
like, what's the descriptions that he's saying that they don't? Why?
Okay.
and I
Things they shouldn't read.
and shoot, I forgot the other guy's name. Sorry, this is just a lot. What's his name? That's his name. They all came into the house. They were coming up the stairs, and I told them, get out. They do not want to come in. They need to get out. And that's when you guys roughly showed up around the scene.
Okay, where was it?
I
Because
think you started a little too late. I think it was right before you.
But my thing goes with that right there.
okay.
Okay.
What's
So
your thing real quick?
Just do
just
it.
landed on me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
So who decided so there's a narrative. We were told, and there's a million narratives with this case that we were just told by people with no proof. Okay. And one of the narratives has been that Hunter Johnson told the girls to call 911. Okay. But he is clearly saying here, he never says, I told them to call 911.
Told me get out.
He's saying, I just told them to get out when your cops arrived. So my question is, what I'm realizing is, who decided to call 911? Who made that decision then? And when and why? Did they see something? Did Hunter have a reaction? Because he's still up there apparently checking things out and is telling them get out as the cops are already, it's one cop gets there. Isn't that crazy?
Okay. I thought he said, get out and call the cops. Am I crazy? Just now you're making me.
No,
Let's rewind it and see.
No, I think
This is why having the
This is all we do all the time.
Well, let's not start that again.
Right.
You know what's kind of weird
Stop
is somebody else comes in the house before the police, and he goes, "Oh, I don't remember what his name is."
It's Lyndon.
Well, yeah, Lyndon is who he's talking about.
Oh fuck! Why wouldn't he remember his
That's
name?
Josie's boyfriend. Well, this is going to take us back at least to the other part too, hopefully, with the whole checking the pulse thing. So we'll cover it all, I guess, at one point.
Okay.
Okay, what's a good phone number for you? And what's a good address for you? Okay. So you do not live at the house, right?
No.
Okay. So what do you got for me? What do you know?
It was like right around noon, maybe just before then, and called my girlfriend that she thought something was not right in her house, and she heard and saw a man in their house last night, and she wanted us to come over to like make sure everything was okay, because they just locked themselves in I think is what they said. And so I was the first one to get over there. I left pretty quickly because I just wanted to make sure, and I got over there and I walked up the stairs, and I immediately went into Xana's room, which was the only room I went into. I went up the stairs, saw them. Were pretty uncontrollably crying and didn't know what was going on. Sure. And I told them to get out of the house and call the cops. And I went to the kitchen.
We've heard all this.
Grabbed a
Call
knife
the cops.
because I didn't.
Call the cops. That was the 3 words he said.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about right there, Kim?
The two questions were, we're calling the cops, and then whose pulse, right? Those are the two questions.
Yeah, but the pulse thing, where'd you hear that, Logan?
It has to be way before this because we've heard all this already.
That,
But
I was all the way back at the very beginning when he was given his name and where he lived.
oh, huh.
Unless it comes later in the interview that I don't know. I know what you're talking
Maybe.
about because I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
It was after he said he checked the closet, correct?
That's what I
then
thought.
they cut it off, and then they
Did
started.
you just say get out and call the cops?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
right, that's what he said. Kim, right there.
Yes, because I
Yeah.
guess okay. Man, I missed it that last time, but I have been saying that the whole time. How is he saying that when they're already getting there? So there's still that contradiction.
Well,
So the point is what did they call the cops for then if he hadn't yet checked their bodies? And
Right.
you know what I mean? He
Mhm.
hadn't yet been in the house. So what are they calling the cops for? What's the emergency? If they don't know yet that
Yeah.
something's wrong.
Because I swear
No,
the
no,
pulse
he
thing
said-
comes up after the closet. He checks the closet.
He said that he went into Xana's room, and then he told them all to get out and call the cops.
Right.
But we hear that on the 911 call. So
Yeah.
what did they originally call 911 for if he hadn't yet said get out, call the cops? Because we hear that on the 911 call already. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's why I'm getting confused because maybe it's the 911 call that we listened to where he just says get out.
That's all he says on the 911 call. He doesn't say call the cops.
That's what it is. Okay, get out.
And do we hear Hunter on the 911 call?
Yes.
Yeah, in the background you can hear him saying get out, get out, get out. And he's also yelling when he goes into the house. He's calling out for Xana and Ethan too. Again,
See, I'm suspicious that Dylan and or Bethany are confusing this whole situation.
agreed.
That's what
they did.
That's my suspicion here, because Hunter's statement to me is sounding. This just sounds truthful to me. This makes a lot of sense. He's using I statements. He's saying things clearly, simply, for the most part. And I might make myself out to it just to be a complete fool here. And I might analyze it and notice some things where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't even.
And if I'm not mistaken, didn't he break down here at a point? He's probably the first person that broke down in these interviews.
He just did, but he.
The only thing with him that makes me like kind of question him a little bit is he starts laughing. And I don't know if it's a nervous laugh or what, but he starts laughing at one point.
That's like that statement he made at the whatever. He does the same thing as he.
Yeah. The eulogy
Ethan
thing.
owes him for the beer, but then he gets emotional.
It could be just that he has that
or whatever
that nervous laugh because he doesn't want to cry, so he laughs instead. I know people that do
Maybe.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Some people do laugh to break the ice. It's a nervous thing.
I'm like when I get really, really, really angry, I start laughing because when I do that, then just walk away because it gets really bad.
Spoiler.
Well, if that's the case,
I think it's an emotional protection thing. I don't even realize it. It just starts happening. I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be bad. So
I can do the same thing. Yeah, I can be very condescending when I'm laughing, when I'm really angry. So,
all right.
Now
So,
the question is the pulse. Well, you're kind of blowing my mind here, though, Logan, with the 911 call, because it does make it sound on its face. It does make the 911 calls just seem very theatrical. And
absolutely,
it makes me want to look back at that with this in view. But I just can't help but think that Dylan and Bethany is making it all theatrical, and I could maybe see Hunter just going, "What? Why are they acting this way? What's going on? You want me to check again?" I don't know, man. That's weird.
And with saying that, I feel like Dylan ended up roping. Bethany got roped into this. That's why she's semi-quiet. And then, we got number 3 or number 2 that got roped into this. And he's just like, oh, what the hell's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Minimal information.
Mm-hmm.
But where was the gap?
I think Dylan knew. I think Dylan was possibly part of it. I think Dylan left the front door open for 6 hours or whatever it was. So somebody would stumble in and find it. And when that didn't happen, she called Emily and Hunter to come over for them to find it. So she didn't have to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I'll just say, like him talking about the knife and stuff. If the knife was, if there was some sort of guilt with the knife, we would see distancing. He would not want to just
Yeah.
talk about the knife so comfortably. The fact that he is just straight honest with it. I mean, Peter would say sometimes he would just be straight honest. He's like, look, when I get cases, when I have people that pay me money to figure out who's true, who's telling the truth or not, and there's like 6 different options, I will simply call them. And if right off the bat they tell me, hey, I didn't do this, I did not do that, he's like, great, thanks so much, bye. Because it's just, we're looking for the truth. We're just looking for someone, just tell us exactly what's going on. And the fact that we're not really seeing a whole lot of sensitivity about it, he's just being really honest about it. If there was some sort of like, man, the knife, oh my gosh, they're going to see me with the knife. These people got all sliced up, and now no, he's just being straight honest with it. It really gives a good feeling of honesty.
And that boils to the body cam of how nonchalant he looks, because it shows him in the body cam where he would have set the knife down. He had it in his hand at some point and then would have put it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
But he was pretty casual.
And he was concerned about it because there may be someone here that in his mind, this may have just happened. He just heard about the whole thing. Unless he got the damn speech from doing
and I don't want to overload you, but there's one more weird section to this. Okay. When he tells them that they get his girlfriend, or not his girlfriend. Yeah. His girlfriend got the call. Okay. In their interviews, I think it was Dateline or somewhere. Anyway, he tells the detective here, I ran over there because I wanted to make sure. The 2 girls that are walking behind and her boyfriend, they took their time because they didn't take it seriously, but he did. He sprinted over there and got there a whole 7 minutes before them. And it's just strange to a lot of people. Why did he do that and nobody else took it seriously? Okay. That's where I think one of the disconnects comes from with this.
That's a good question. Why is there a difference?
And there were some things changed between the report and his interview. He claims that he put the code in, walks in, and the girls were standing to the room on the right, waiting for him. In this, he said he went upstairs and met them, like Logan said. And it's just thrown all over the place. That's the problem with all these things and why we do this. So that's why you coming in and saying what you're saying with these things helps us to understand more maybe where these people are at in their mind.
Hey, don't look at me. Don't look at me.
I'm just saying.
I think it is helpful to kind of prove that the person that's being the liar here is Dylan.
Oh, most definitely the most
trickle down.
deceptive person. Yes.
Yeah, Dylan.
And you've said this twice now. Like I have to wonder if Dylan or Bethany, or I'm going to go more towards Dylan, caused some kind of deceptive, interaction with this to confuse people. In truly.
Yeah. I mean, let's just say Hunter says, hey, get out, call the cops right now. They call the cops and they're being weird. We heard the 911 call, and then the 911 operator is saying, hey, do they have a pulse and stuff? And so they're like, we have to go back. And so Dylan, not being specific, not sharing the information, not doing all that, kind of pushed them to do this whole charade again.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see that, I don't know.
What I don't understand, though, is why Hunter didn't say, if he was in the background when they did the 911 call, why didn't he answer that question then?
Sorry, Dago, answer what question?
Is she breathing? He was already in that house, as we all know. Okay. And then he goes and does it again. That's the whole problem with this whole thing, Travis, is that it was like done twice. Okay. Like they went in first and then he comes back out and then you call 911. But they had already been in the house. He already knew that they weren't breathing, so on and so forth. And he didn't answer the question right then and there. That Dylan and Bethany and him had to go back in the house again is where the problem lied after 911 got called. So,
man,
it's crazy. I know.
One call again.
It is crazy. I know.
Yeah, that's a really good call. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna look for that.
That was the whole point with this whole thing that we all caught on to and went, what the hell? Did they reenact the 911 call once and then like practice it and then do it? That's the whole weird part to this. It's crazy.
From what we've heard of the wound descriptions, there's no way you would check a pulse. Plus, they were already in rigor.
Right.
And he knew some of that stuff too, which was weird. Go ahead, Logan. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just so Travis knows too that not everybody, but lots of people on campus, which you will hear in other interviews, they made it very clear that they had received Snapchats at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning and knew that they were all deceased then.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan doing her thing.
Yep.
Yeah, right. There
Yeah.
you go. Again, there's Bronx. I thought I blew up so I could see if that was him. It is him.
Yeah. He's
He cracks
sweeping.
me up. He's so big and he gets up on the back of that couch. I love
Mom, are
it.
Like
you
a
still
cat.
on that computer?
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly the look too. Like anytime, Mom. All right. So we got everything else answered at this point, other than the pulse thing, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm gonna. I don't want to keep dragging this back, but
No,
hopefully
yeah.
we'll get to that point because it's somewhere in here. I've heard it. I agree with you.
Know if someone was still in the house or not. And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the little table they have in the living room area.
Downstairs.
Like in the middle, like where the kitchen level, that level.
There's like a little area there.
Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after. But I grabbed the knife, and I went into the room, and I checked like the closet and everything to make sure there was no one in there. It didn't seem like anyone was in there. And then it
really drives me nuts that they redacted this.
It's painful.
It is. Like, what did you do that we couldn't hear?
One day we'll find out, right?
I hope.
Okay.
and
I don't mean to stop, but I've noticed this 3 times now. Does anybody else think that video was cut and clipped right there because he says and it says and again? Is that him?
I've wondered that myself in different instances.
Okay,
If we could hear
because
the whole thing, we'd be able to know, but that's weird.
and it is because he says and then it sounds like it was reversed and he said and again. So I don't know if it was him or if it was the video.
Could have been.
I've been wanting to say that 3 times now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to see if anybody else caught it. I'm sorry.
You got it out there. It was a great point.
shoot, I forgot my other guy's name. Sorry, this is just a lot. What's his name? That's his name. They all came into the house. They were coming up the stairs, and I told them, get out. They do not want to come in. They need to get out. And that's when you guys roughly showed up around the scene, was when I told them to get out.
No, okay.
And then one of the policemen came, and I showed him where I saw them, and he just said, stay where you're at. And I said, okay. And I didn't know if there were any more people upstairs. I didn't go up there.
Okay.
The cops came as soon as.
What, did you go to this party last night?
No.
Okay.
I was talking with Ethan. I have a text from him most of the night. We were talking because he wanted me to come, and I didn't really want to walk all the way over there. Yeah.
The text messages, were they just through Messenger or they through?
Just, normal message. iMessage or whatever.
You got your phone on?
No, I didn't go grab it though.
Where is it?
It's just in there.
I'll do that in just a sec. So how do you know Ethan?
I met him during Rush in college. It's where you try to go into a house.
Is Ethan part of a fraternity? He is. Okay.
Yeah. And I met him there during Rush, and I've known him ever since the fall of last year.
Okay. Are you in a fraternity now?
I'm a grad student. I don't live in the house anymore, but I was in.
Okay. Is that what they call whatever it was?
But that's That's a sorority.
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know any of these names.
It's totally okay.
Okay. So, your girlfriend.
Yep.
Right. So she gets a call from around noonish.
Yep.
Basically says that there was somebody in the house. She tells you. So you head over to the place.
Yeah, it was on speakerphone, so me and heard it, and we all kind of got up and we're gonna go check on them.
The same sorority? Is that how they know each other?
Yeah, they're also roommates.
Okay.
Hey, can you run that back just a little bit, Dago? What did he say about the speakerphone and stuff? Logan, did you have a thought there? You look like you.
My thing is, and I don't know if I just realized this or forgot that there are no timestamps on this whole
None of them.
interrogation. Yeah,
Right.
so it's hard to know if they're edited or altered or anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's tough.
When I watched this the first couple times early on, that and thing did not stick out to me because I was too focused on listening to him. That really sounds to me and like it was clipped. I'm just saying. So
Yeah.
anyway, good catch there. But yeah, I can play that back right now, Travis.
Thank you.
I think it's about right.
Yeah,
there.
just right before. Yeah. Perfect.
Absolutely.
It was on speakerphone, so me and heard it, and we all kind of got up and we're gonna go check on them.
The same sorority? Is that how they know each other?
Yeah, they're also roommates.
Okay. And where's is he?
He's in a different. He's in a fraternity, but he is like seeing right now. So he was just staying. He stayed the night over at their apartment. I stayed there, and she stayed there. So I was in her room, and he was in her room.
Okay. What time? So, I'm trying to figure out who's who now. I did not go to the party last night, right?
No.
That was the one I'm thinking of. There was another vowel name there that I was getting up. Okay, so you and Aaron go to the party.
Nope.
You guys just hang out?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You want to keep going, or you want to break this down a little bit, or you're still good?
I'm not getting a whole lot. The possible redactions are just making.
I know they suck so bad.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
Yeah, I forgot about the redactions.
They're horrible.
It really makes it. They did a good job making sure that we're in the dark. So one thing I wrote down, and this is something he said earlier, is they don't want to be in there. So Peter says honest people project their honesty to other people, and deceptive people project their deceptiveness to other people.
Sure.
So when you and Peter kind of qualifies when he says people who are liars, they constantly, chronically change, fabricate reality. They'll lie just to lie. They'll lie just to deceive people, to manipulate them. They get some sort of enjoyment out of it. They hold the whole world in contempt. And so people who are deceptive, they are chronic liars. They project that on other people. They think other people are like them. Innocent people.
Sure.
Yeah. And this basic concept that probably a lot of people know, but the fact that he said, hey, they don't want to be in there, that does sound like an honest person as well. He's projecting that kind of sensitivity onto others and that kind of protectiveness or whatever. I liked to hear that. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
I also like how he talked about Ethan and how well he knew him and stuff. There wasn't like this couching. There wasn't this this is an uncomfortable conversation for me. It seemed rather comfortable for him to talk about Ethan, and it sounded warm. I'd have to look at exactly the words, but that's just my impression.
No odd disconnects.
Yeah. But man, live listening is very different than looking at the transcript, so there's
for sure.
Yeah.
No, I think this is really good. I think that it kind of just proves more to me that Dylan really did him dirty by making him come in
Dylan.
and be traumatized forever when she could have just called 911 herself and given them some lie story.
And I love listening to stuff like this because, you know, I think especially when I'm just a very skeptical person. When I hear statement analysis at first too, it's like, okay, are you that type of person that like everyone's deceptive and, you know, everyone's lying and there's always something going on, you know, and there's no contrast. And I like that we're listening to this because I do sense that we're listening to a truthful person. It's good to have some contrast.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah.
Because we've said, a lot of us have said, you know, not everything in this case is nefarious. It can't be, guys. I mean, we know that. So it is good to hear if there is something that's not, because there's so much that is. You know what I mean? So, good point. Very good point. All right, on we go.
And then other than you walked up the stairs was
when I walked into the house and like entered the code to get into the house, they were in, which is on the very bottom floor, like right next to the.
There's what you're talking about.
Now, I knew it was. We're probably going to get to Paul's thing, Logan, still. Okay. There it is. That's what I was pointing out to you. You see how it changed? He goes in, they're on the room to the right, and then the first time he said he went upstairs to him. That's what I mean. Like,
Okay.
It's all weird.
So earlier he said he went in and they were on the
and he went upstairs. Yeah. And met them. And then this time he's saying he went, punched in the code, went in the door, and they were in the room to the right, which is the spare bedroom.
Sixth bedroom?
What, Kim?
Do you think the sixth bedroom?
Yeah, that was the room to the right would be the spare bedroom, is where he claims in this point right here. But earlier he said he went up. Logan, I know you saw it or heard it. He went upstairs.
I just realized that he said Dylan and Bethany are in the spare bedroom.
Right.
Why are they in there?
Yeah.
That's what I said that long time ago. I'm like, why in the hell are they there instead of in Bethany's room? See?
And this is where the incorporation of what recently came out with this spare bedroom interaction.
Yes.
Huh?
Right.
Yes. Sorry, Travis. I know
Why?
we're all over the place, but this is like the stuff that we've been looking at for years. And it's coming out in these interviews now. And I'm glad you're hearing it this way, because then you can see where any deception could come in or not come in. And that's why we love that you're doing this. So
Just so you know, Travis, in the spare bedroom, we just recently found out that there was a bloody female bracelet found in there.
Really?
Broken.
Yeah. Broken.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Dylan and Bethany were there when Hunter showed up.
Yes.
According to Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah. And the bracelet was found on the floor initially, and they picked it up and set it on the desk to take a picture of it instead of leaving it and taking a picture of it where it was found again.
And then never took it like into evidence or anything.
Right. It was just left.
And you thought you were coming here for statement analysis.
We're gonna ruin you.
Welcome.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Am I being initiated?
Yes.
You know too much now.
Yes.
You just said based on what's coming out about the sixth bedroom or whatever. What were you talking about?
What was it in the book or whatever that somebody had said that there was something that was important about the
Chris said that the bedroom is very intricate with the case. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Turvey did, didn't he?
Or Turvey.
Turvey
I
did.
think it was.
That's why I put it on y'all.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm poco with things.
Anyway,
I want to see the difference between when Hunter said he first entered the first time.
Yeah.
And when he went back, I want to see how he says it, what kind of pronouns he's using, that kind of thing. It could be explained. It could be, hey, this is
where am I at?
This is not
701.
making sense.
I'm gonna let you hear him say this again.
I love this.
And then I'm gonna take you back. We're not gonna play the whole thing again. I'm gonna go back to that point, play that, and then come back to this point. If that's okay with you. That way you'll get both.
Let's do it now.
All right. That way you get both interpretations of it.
I just hope you can find it.
Oh, I'll be able to. I've been through this enough times now. I can probably do this in my sleep. Hold on.
It's like Dylan's transcript. I can almost quote
Right.
I could just quote whole pages sometimes. I'm like I could just see it in my eyes. It's see it in my mind. It's burned.
Oh, see, it even says here when this is weird. Hold on. All right, let's play this here real first, and then I'll go back to that, and then we'll come back to this again.
You walked up the stairs was and
When I walked into the house and like entered the code to get in.
See, Maury even caught that because the first time he said it, he's repeating back to him what he told him already. And Maury said, you walked up the stairs to Dylan and Bethany, and he comes back and he's correcting this now, Hunter is. So, yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but let me play that right there.
This is the second time, correct?
Yeah, this is the second part of it where he's
cool.
detailing it again. And Maury's repeating back to him what Hunter told him already once. Okay? There we go.
Okay. And then other than you walked up the stairs was and
When I walked into the house and like entered the code to get into the house, they were in, which is on the very bottom floor, like right next to the
front, right?
Yeah. And they heard me come in, and they like were like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "It's just what's going on?"
Okay.
Okay. So there's that. Now
They
let me go back.
They heard me come in, and they were
Mhm.
saying like, "Oh my god! Interesting."
And that door, I don't know if you know the layout of the house, but when you walk in the front door, it's literally 3 steps to the right is where that door is, that they were in that room.
That spare room.
Yes. Now let me go back here real quick and get you the other one. Everything to make sure there was no one there. There's like a little area, but I put the knife there. Hold on. 1 minute. I think it was what I said, so I was like the first one to go over there. Right there. Okay. Should be coming right up here.
I left pretty quickly because I just wanted to make sure, and I got over there and I walked up the stairs, and I immediately went into Xana's room.
See the difference?
But did he specify where they were?
No.
Yeah, so there you go. In his mind, where they were was not important. That he's not detailing that. And Maury heard him. It sounds like to me, unless I'm wrong here, guys, but it sounds like to me Maury understood this incorrectly. And when he goes back and double checks, Hunter specifies, no, they were here on the right. So does that, I mean, that fits to me. At least I'm missing something.
Dylan is the one who says Hunter came up the stairs where we were, or not in those words, but in so many words. She's the one who said
Dylan, man.
Yes,
she accidentally said that too.
I'm telling you, it's like those movies where they got like the collages of all kinds of
characters
and stuff. Man, Dylan, dude, she's like in the center of all these strings, man.
Common denominator.
It's so important. Sorry, that's why this is so important, because we're like questioning everything, and now we can like narrow down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so
crazy.
So they're in the spare room. That's very interesting.
It is. And we were told in the initial reports and everything that they were locked in Bethany's bedroom. Okay. That was what we were told for 3 years. And then all this other stuff started coming out. The interviews started dropping, and boom, now they're in the spare bedroom. Why are they in that damn spare bedroom and not in Bethany's bedroom? This is what I'm saying.
Where there is evidence of a bloody bracelet.
Yeah.
And a broken Scentsy and a bloody jacket.
That's not a good sign. But
yeah,
hey,
the bloody
I'm not
jacket.
surprised. I'm not
another
surprised, man. I mean, Dylan.
And the jacket belonged to Dylan too, Travis, just so you know.
Was the blanket in there too? Did they say where they took the
No,
blanket from?
that was in her bedroom, I think.
It was
on
in her bedroom. Okay.
I think
On
so,
her
yeah.
bed.
Out of
On her bed.
all of the shit in that room, why the blanket? Out of all the shit in that room. So I went through those photos of her room the other day.
Yeah.
Wow. There's some weird stuff that they put on the bed that, they supposedly looked at. It was some kind of evidence or whatever. I'm sure it wasn't noted, but why? Like the tackle box looking thing?
Thank you,
But
Ken.
all the other shit that was up in her closet? Oh my God. The fucking pitas underneath the
There's
bed.
there's a
Oh,
lot of stuff
fuck.
in that
Yeah.
house. I agree with that, fully and truly.
Yeah.
All right, so this takes that. We'll take this back to that point where he says he goes upstairs. Or I'm sorry, he goes in the house. Sorry about that. I'm getting myself confused now. All right. I entered the code. Here we go.
Which is on the very bottom floor, like right next to the
front, right? Yeah.
And they heard me come in, and they like were like, oh my god," and I was like, "It's just what's going on?"
Okay.
And that's when I walked upstairs, and they're like, we don't know what's going on." And I checked it out. And,
How did you get the code to that door?
we just know it because we're all friends.
Okay. When was the last time that you were over at?
The last time before today was yesterday.
Okay. And what were you doing over there yesterday?
We were pre-gaming the football game for the families.
Gotcha. Was that there?
No, she was at work at the football game.
What time did you get to and you guys left at game time?
What time did we get there?
Real quick, because I see the chat. The spare bedroom is when you walk in the front door to 1122. The spare bedroom is literally the first door to your right, and then to the left of that's the bathroom and the stairwell, and then the hallway that goes to Bethany's room at the end. That way nobody's confused. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
I would say it was roughly either noon or 1. Okay. Like somewhere around there.
And what time did you guys leave?
We left their house and went to a different apartment at the Whites at, I would say, roughly like 2:30.
Okay.
And then everyone left and there was no one there.
Okay.
We all left together.
So last time you were there was 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time I was there?
The night before.
Okay.
The question there that I know that question for anybody because it's redacted. He said, when was the last time Emily was there? Is what he asked him. For anybody that didn't know that. Keep going, or do you want me to stop?
I'm good to keep going.
Okay.
Like the night before yesterday.
So that would be what, Friday night?
Yes, Friday night.
Okay. So you walk in the door, and are in the bedroom down the first floor.
Yep.
Obviously, they're kind of freaked out. You see them.
Mm-hmm.
You head upstairs.
Yep.
Hit that open area with the kitchen and all that stuff is.
Yeah, like where the couches are. I walk in and then I look into Sam's room because the door was like somewhat open.
Okay.
And then I like opened it, and then I saw that and I told them to get out and call the cops because it seemed because I didn't know what I was seeing.
Is that redacted? Oh, this has to be illegal.
That's brutal.
And then I told them to
get out.
Get out.
Right. Anybody that you know that has it out or has a problem with even Ethan and Xana? How long have they been dating? You know? Has it been a while?
Yeah, they've been dating for a little bit.
Okay.
I want to say they've been dating. They were dating for like, I would say 8 months.
Okay.
Probably.
No problem with Xana's ex?
Did you say something, Kim? I didn't hear. I thought I heard a voice, but I over his, I didn't hear it. One of you guys say something?
I forget. It was just a reaction. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
She's got voices too, bud.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt that. I'm sorry.
That it sucks. A really important part of this, really, it seemed like the meat and potatoes of this last section is redacted.
Yep.
Yeah.
so far. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's almost done now.
Oh, I know what it was. It's because he was just about to say what. Now, maybe that part I can understand it being redacted because he might have been describing the bodies and what he was
Yeah.
seeing. So I can
Right.
understand.
It would make sense.
But it was a
Yes,
big cliffhanger. You're like, what are you going to say?
Sir, with Ethan have an ex?
He did, but she doesn't go here.
Okay, so maybe not anymore. Okay.
I don't know anyone who would have it out for him.
How well did you know Xana and, or not Xana, sorry, Maddie and Keely?
I knew Xana very well just because we were all friends. Yeah, we were all friends together and been friends with Xana for a long time. Maddie, I like could be acquaintances with. I didn't really like know her that well. I just saw her at her house every once in a while and say hi and have conversations with her.
Okay.
But I didn't really know her super well like I knew Ethan and Xana.
Right.
And then Kylie, I didn't know really at all.
Okay. You weren't around to see anything. That's not a big deal. Nothing on social media. Nothing's been posted. Nothing going on around there.
So.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab my phone, not my phone, my camera. If you can have your phone, so I can grab some pictures of those.
You could present it to the board.
Those two. I'll be right back.
Okay. This was the last text from yesterday. He sent this picture to me, and then I asked if you guys are still like this. And he said, "Yeah, where you at?"
Okay.
This was.
Can I go back a little bit?
Sure.
You go with that? That's the afternoon. So that's him trying to get you to go to the party? Or is that him getting you?
This part right here was to go to the pregame at Santa Center.
Gotcha.
This was the pregame, and then this was, I was asking about that party that night.
Right. And I'm just gonna grab.
I need his contact info.
Yeah.
Okay. Pictures.
Anything else you can think of? Anything that maybe talking about over the last couple of weeks that maybe you've been problem on, or?
No, I can't think of anything, honestly.
Okay. Who else? I don't know anybody out there, so it's kind of weird for me saying, "Hey, I'll just take the next number." You know, starting number 4 now, whatever it is. It's kind of gay. Who else out there should I talk to sooner than others that I can get maybe them on their way and go to their?
You already talked to that, right? I'm pretty sure someone already talked to her.
So.
And then already talked to.
I talked to Dylan.
There's our Ethan's twins.
Okay. And what was the other one? So we got 2. Okay.
So bad.
Didn't go into the house.
Okay.
I don't think he would be much help, but you could talk to him if you wanted to. Also didn't go into the house really. Like I told them to get out as soon as they got in. Was walking up the stairs and I told her to get out. I'm the only one that I know saw anything.
Okay.
Like at least
Right.
I don't think them saw it because they were too scared to like go check it out.
Okay. Okay. and I will have to see if I can talk to you about.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, if there's anything that comes up, pops up, with it's kind of an event like this that's traumatic, a lot of times things will just kind of get tossed around or whatever. So if something pops up later on down the road, obviously give us a call, give us a shout. Regardless of what it is, sometimes you'll just be staring at some french fries and something will come back in.
Okay.
Or obviously if you hear something pops up on social media, then call the department and let us know.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else I need to know?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Yeah, that was good. I like that. I feel like he was being cooperative. I feel like there was a good flow of information, a lot of good pronoun use. My feeling again, just coming away from this is someone who's been telling the truth. I mean, there might be some things to look into. There are some things to look into, but
Where did they? Yeah, but are they his or did they come from Dylan?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but
Everything leads back to Dylan.
yeah, when you can kind of start to go, hey, these ones are solid, and these ones aren't. It helps clarify.
Sure.
It helps build some structure here, some scaffolding of
Right.
putting all this together. So,
And for the people in the chat that brought up the memorial, like Travis had stated, we asked him before this. He said it's very hard to analyze a premeditated speech that's been put together.
yes.
So that's why we didn't go to the memorial one, you guys. It'd be very hard for him to analyze that one. So
Yeah, I mean, when it's premeditated like that, it's all rehearsed and stuff like that. It's just too edited, and it's the live talking and questions that all of a sudden come in, man. That's
off the hip.
that's the
Yeah.
bread and butter, man, right there.
Which is actually crazy because I did, not that I really know what I'm doing, but I did do Dylan's victim impact statement and I still seem to catch a lot from it. So
and
even
yes, that makes sense. I mean, I'm not
That's what
saying
we should have done.
I'm not saying you won't find nothing, or you won't find anything. It's just I just throw that out there. But
Yeah.
and especially Dylan, I mean, knowing what I know about Dylan, that doesn't shock me either. And I think you said, Logan, that she wouldn't even look at Brian. Or
No,
something
she,
like that.
according to the way they explained it, she had the prosecutor sit between the two of them,
That
which
was
didn't make a
disgusting
difference
as
to me. It was
shit.
so ridiculous.
And go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I would suggest, and for you, since you did Dylan, I would go look into that one too, Travis,
Yeah.
because that one's kind of it's crazy. I'll just
The
say that.
after that would be really interesting for you.
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of have an infatuation with everything Dylan has said now. I mean, to be honest
Right.
with you, I wanted to tackle that Gooch one, but my goodness, I mean, the time
I know.
you take, oh boy, to do like a full analysis, oh man. But I have thought, excuse me, it would be good to just do bits and pieces, here and there, and
Yeah.
just do 30-minute, 1 hour analysis or whatever, like key parts. So that's in the back of my head. But one of the business I used to work for a long time, they used to say you need to swallow the frog. The biggest, hardest thing that you need to do, you just need to get that out of the way. So
Yeah.
I hear
Yeah.
that in the back of my head too. Just swallow the frog, Trav.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely.
But I'll just say that where was it? When he said, when we left and then there was no one there, that was kind of interesting the way he said that. It did seem like some persuasiveness there. I'm not sure why. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think I like what Hunter's saying. Do you guys have any questions for me? Like anything that, we're seeing ourselves here.
Me personally, I questioned why he was there 7 minutes before the girls, why he ran and they didn't. They even stated in their statements that I think it was Emily, like, I didn't take it seriously. I just thought it was Dylan being Dylan or whatever it was. So they just kind of took their time walking over. But he said he sprinted over there and got there just to be sure. And I was like, but you guys you all heard her on the phone call. So why are the girls saying that and you're saying this? That's where the disconnect came for me with that. And I was like, wait, you know what I mean?
Do you want to put us full screen?
Oh yeah, that probably helped, wouldn't it? Sorry.
Weird.
Whoa. Not me.
Hey,
Hold
there
on.
he is. There he is.
Not me. What is going on here? Why is this doing? Oh,
You
this is
trolling
why.
us, Stego.
There we go. Sorry, guys.
You're good, man.
I wanted to ask you personally, not with the case or anything, but
yeah.
if you were perhaps someone who's self-aware and knows that you use like maybe certain filler words a lot or things like that, is there a way to, does the kind of training that you learned from the Peter or anything, can you stop doing that? Can you train yourself to stop doing that?
I'm not the best to ask that. I mean, I watch my videos. I watch them so that I can learn from them so I can get better.
That's
and
different. Okay.
And I have a lot of fillers myself. You know, I do. I have to listen to myself in a fast pace. So, you know, I almost want to tell every one of my videos, like, hey, just listen to like 1.25.
Right.
Oh, the honesty is good, bud.
I have to edit myself. I'm like, I make myself sick with like the ums and you knows. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I won't listen to myself if I don't have to. I just don't. I hate it.
I'm the same way. I won't. Yeah.
I'm just at the preliminary stage. I'm just trying to really make it better. And every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, I can do this better. I can do that better. I'm pretty critical myself. It's a way for me to get better, just self-analyze. But anyway, I don't really know. I will say this, as I listen to Peter, he is very careful with what he says. And I think it's because of all his statement analysis. And he will even expose his own sensitivities. He'll be like, I said that because I'm thinking about X and Y. You can hear him self-analyze as he's talking. And I think that has helped him. I see him as speaking very clear and very, he's very articulate and he's very precise with what he says. And I think it's from statement analysis. So I think that, but that, I don't, that's more of like an accessory. I'm sure there's better speech products out there that can help you with that. When we're nervous, when we are, you know, usually when we're just flowing and we're comfortable, I think the fillers go away. So for me, when I am speaking, like I've done a lot of public speaking, is practice that and just practice in front of a mirror, record yourself, go through it a couple times, and then maybe record. And if you really wanted to get those fillers out, that might help too.
Thank you.
One question I had for you that I missed when we did our show, somebody asked the speed of someone speaking. When you notice that it changes to being like faster, it probably would be that there's more emotion behind it. Do you put a lot of weight into that, or does it just depend what they're talking about or what they're actually saying?
I don't. I know that there are different types of analysis with body language and probably stuff like that speed, and there might be something like that. I'm not an expert in that. I would say that the speed is the key to success for statement analysis, and the faster they're moving, you know, the more you're going to be able to tell. When they're really slow and they're saying uhs and stuff like that, they're really self-censoring. So the fact that they're speaking so fast, to me, is a good sign in the sense that you will be able to tell whether they're telling the truth really well. But I don't put a whole lot of weight on that. I mean, the short answer is I don't really know.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
That's a good point to bring up, though, because I swear when you watch the Gooch interview, she talks a lot faster in that one than she does in the other one, and it's kind of interesting. I'll just say that. But
She does, yeah.
And she says a lot of revealing things.
Yeah.
A lot of revealing things. What's interesting is you kind of get the impression that Dylan is one of those liars that we talked about, in the sense that it almost seemed like she was enjoying it. This is just totally off the statement analysis track. This is just Travis talking here. But it almost seemed like she was enjoying the fact that she was getting away with all this.
There's like some part of like her reliving some things, I feel too.
I think that some of it is the fact that at that point, I know it sounds sick to say this, but Dylan's the center of attention at this point. Okay.
Yes. Go look
And
at her
she's
mood
being,
board and
yeah,
track that
right.
back.
She's being focused on, and it's almost like it's a goal that she had. And now here I am. I'm the important person being talked to. You know what I mean? So,
Yes.
and
Yes.
so that's what my question to you was going to be is after what all have you revealed of or reviewed of Dylan, just yourself personally? We know you did the first interview, but
so I went through her whole first interview. I've listened to that whole Gooch interview. I've gone back and listened to a couple things. I have not sat there and analyzed it. That's the extent of it for me. Yeah. Well, no, I watched the Impact segment. I watched that too.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
So at this point with that question, Travis, like if you could give an I guess an estimated, how can I say this? Because I know you haven't seen every single thing, but at this point and level with what you have seen and heard, what are your thoughts on Dylan? I know that this was asked before, but I think you got a little more under your belt than when you said that to Logan.
So right now, like changing frames to, okay, if I was going to be solving the case, I kind of just have an inkling that Dylan did it. I do. I think it kind of makes sense. She was with Ethan and Xana. She made sure they got a lot of drink in them. They were easy targets. She said Xana and Ethan were with me and everything was fine. Everything was normal. All that. They were mine. And then I kind of think that this is a 2-action thing. And I feel uncomfortable saying this, but this is just kind of creeping in the back of my head. And I've been thinking about saying this to y'all for hours now, but
too late now. Just
she takes care of Ethan and Xana first. Kaylee and Maddie come home, and the sensitivity about Kaylee and her running downstairs, and she jumped up. It was like there was this trigger moment where it was like, this is my time to do it. It's kind of sticking in my head a little bit. And Maddie, and the fact that they just came from the club, they were also sauced up. Because you sit and think about, Travis, what are you really saying? Are you saying a 20-year-old girl could do this to 4 different people? That's a tall task, just realistically. I mean, that kind of sounds psychotic. But the distancing is what so concerns me. How careless she was for all 4. It's like I'm listening to a psychopath who killed 4 people. And I just can't help but wonder. So it went Ethan and Xana first. They were in the room. The door was shut. Maddie and Xana didn't think nothing of it. And then she found a time to attack. She was listening very careful to Kaylee and the dog. And she jumped up. Those words, that just denotes, I can't stop thinking about that. She jumped up. Like, that sounds like attack,
Yeah.
And so, yeah. I don't know. I mean, now, were there accessories to it? Was Bethany involved somehow? Was there something there? I don't know. But I do have the sense that Dylan was the main one.
One of the primary. Yeah.
Right now, that's where I'm at. But
and
as I analyze more, I might change my mind.
Sure. I definitely think most of us here think that there was definitely more people involved because for her to do this by herself is hard to accept. Although
it's hard to accept. I understand.
Although I will say with what we've been learning about her recently, there's something about her that is highly disturbing to me.
Yes.
You never know. She's not a tiny person. Okay. She's pretty, she could be
She
very
was the largest. If I look at
Yeah.
pictures, she was the biggest girl.
She's very
But
tall. Yeah.
she had
She was
just
5'10".
a bit of an orchestrator. I mean, she was out talking to the police the next day.
She was involved in everything. She inserted herself like, okay, Jack Decor walks up the hill. She runs up to him and tells the whole theatrical story. Nunez grabs her. She tells the story again. She goes to the police station, tells the story again. And the whole time she's doing this, there's like no real like sadness within her conversation at all.
There's none in
It's
her
weird.
words either. There's none in her words. Zero.
Right. The emotion's lacking in a bad way. So again, even through the Gooch interview, okay, it's weird, guys. It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
It does give me the creeps big time. And look, I mean, I haven't seen pictures. I'm just taking it from what I understand, but I hear the damage done and the stabbings, and I told my wife, I mean, it just sounds like female. I mean, the fact that Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, but he got stabbed in the leg, and that primarily is what killed him. Being a man, it's like you don't stab a man in the leg like as a man. You go for his neck, like you know where to go for. Men know.
Well, hold
how
on,
to-
hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think the
Subclavian vein.
the
They all were.
subclavian artery is what killed him up here.
I think they all had that injury.
They
or
did.
most-
in the neck.
Here's the thing
Yes.
that happened after the
So I was
fact, though,
wrong.
Travis, you might not know about, though, is there
He
was what
did
they
have
called,
he did have leg wounds.
yeah, there were what they called experimental post-mortem wounds that were done, like signature type wounds that were done in certain parts on like Maddie and Kaylee, and then Ethan had some. They explained it as like carving on his legs. It's weird. And they're claiming a lot of this was done post-mortem, which is very creepy. I mean, the murder itself is creepy, but that's some like Leatherface weird shit. Excuse the
Kaylee
phrasing,
and
but
Maddie, their post-mortem wounds matched. Like they
They're
had the same
identical.
There were two different ones, and they both matched.
And on their necks too. And here's the thing. God, I hate talking
One
about
guy. One
Dylan. Dylan had drawings of hers that were on her wall that show women with what looks like two cuts across their necks, and then there's a knife on the wall board as well. It's like you can't look past these things. You know what I mean?
It
You
speaks. It speaks to her psychology. It speaks to her mental health.
Yeah.
It speaks
And that's
to.
That's
It's
where my
important.
wife went. When I first showed my wife this recently, because she kind of backed away a little bit. She's got 2 degrees in psychology, and she's like, I go to her for everything that has a mental background to it. And I'm like, what's this? What's that? You know, she was like, that is crazy. She goes, you've never showed me that. I said, because I didn't realize this. And she goes, that right there, whoever did that, if they're in that house, there's something wrong. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So
Striving
that's where I'm
for a
at with
next
that now.
level that she couldn't quite capture. She was always left behind.
I have a quick question, actually, from chat. Somebody wants to know if you can tell different types of deception, like if somebody's lying out of fear or out of trying to not get caught because they did it, or is there anything that would give an indication of that at all? Certain words or phrases or anything?
It's a great question. My wife asks me stuff like this because she has some things rattling around her head as to what she thinks is going on. And yeah, I mean, to a degree, that's it is a difficult question because people can be deceptive in understandable ways. They did something embarrassing and it's not like they killed somebody,
Right.
And that's why it's so incumbent upon really looking at the context. And the more we have the free editing process, the more we have really good questions from investigators, we can really start to really dial that in. When we have mostly bits and pieces, and we only have a couple phrases, couple sections within a statement where we're getting them from the free editing process to speak, it makes it really hard. You're kind of brushing with broad strokes rather than just tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Okay, then what happened? Then what happened? And then you can really dial in, okay, they're concealing this and it's likely because of X, and non-nefarious reasons. So yeah, I mean, statement analysis should be able to, if the questioning and if the statement is uncontaminated, it should be able to decipher pretty well what kind of deception we're talking about. And again, though, this is because I think I'm predicting why people are asking this is because was Dylan were like cops involved and someone else killed him or some friends or something like that and they killed him and Dylan was just kind of like on the side. She was just like a cheerleader.
She was
like
a setup girl.
Or she was a setup girl.
Yeah,
Or
she got everybody there.
Yeah, or she was like paid or
shit went
She
bad.
had roles. She had roles to play, in my opinion.
Right.
Sure. And either way, though, she did not like these people. Like there
No.
was no.
Yeah.
They kept pushing her off, blowing her off. They
Yeah.
wouldn't party with her. Whatever was
She
the age
tried to
difference.
fit in, and they wouldn't let it happen.
Goes back to her mood boards.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just watching. I almost analyzed this one, other than instead of the Brandon one. If you guys remember, this one lady, it was kind of a famous thing where this girl married this guy, and she tried to get him caught with drugs in his car. She hid drugs in his car, and he got pulled over. And the canines found it, and he just starts crying. He's like, someone set it up. And the cops believed him because of where the drugs were. It was such a weird spot in the car.
Right.
And then later, she pushed it even more. She convinced him to put the house in her name, and then she hired someone to kill him. She was just an evil girl. I can't remember who she
I know
was.
what case you're talking about. She was, and she was like setting up his best girlfriend or something like that. I know what case.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
And so she set this all up to, this cute little thing, just married, and then she was just vicious. Now she didn't play a finger, but she had other people do it. So are we talking about someone like this? Yeah, an orchestrator, someone.
What
who
case
like,
is it, Logan?
what was her name?
I'll have to look it up. I can't remember the name.
And
That's
that was
wild.
her.
I want to look at that.
In my opinion, that was her next come up.
Yes.
She's like, oh, well, I ain't even going to go into it.
And
the
she
attraction that she maybe had with Kaylee or whatever, and she was just pissed. She's moving on.
I mean, I
She's
feel like she
successful.
really tried hard to fit into the group there, and it wasn't allowed. I mean, we saw the Halloween video. We saw some other things. We just kind of like little telltale signs of different things. And at some point, people snap. Okay? That's all there is to it. And especially if you already have some detachment going on mentally, in my opinion. So, or emotionally. Yeah. I 100% can see that. That's all I'm saying. So,
well, and so if I understand correctly, Xana, it looked like she really put up a good defense and got stabbed on her hands.
Definitely.
And was, like, protected.
Yeah.
So I'm speaking to men here. If this was a man, do you think that would happen? Because for me personally, like, dude, men are so much stronger than women. I mean, we have the testosterone. It's unfair. It's so unfair how strong men are that I just don't think Xana would put up a fight against a man. I don't think we would show proof of that. He could have just shoved her down and got it done with really fast. Unless she was really tough, unless she was really strong and big. I mean,
and that Xana was kind of, sorry, Kim, go ahead.
I was just saying she was little. She was athletic. She was a gymnast, but she's still little.
Xana was a bit of a badass. I mean, that's my thought. And she was kind of like, who said it? Was her sister? Somebody else said that she could get whatever it meant, hood or something like that when she needed to or something. I remember hearing somebody state in a statement. And I was like, oh, okay. But again, here's the other thing, though. And I've said this before, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to women by any means, I promise you, because I'm surrounded by them. But a woman scorned at some point, like there's a certain type of rage that's uncontrollable in some aspects that I've seen a lot of documentaries about, like women serial killers and stuff like that, that when they snap, like it's no joke. And it doesn't matter what's going on. They have a strength that comes out of nowhere. Things like, and not to mention Dylan was a big girl too, already. So yeah, the adrenaline and all that stuff. So who knows, but
it's rare, but women generally don't fit this profile. It's usually men. I mean, that's just the way it is.
It's very, very true. The biggest problem I have with Dylan, with Xana, as we just talked about it, Xana put up one hell of a fight. And from my Dylan didn't have a mark on her the next morning when she was talking to Nunez. So that's where I struggle with that whole part of that.
Sleeves and pants.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it could be, but do you think they checked her along with everybody else?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Two?
Dylan.
I do not think they did.
My wife said, "You're tormenting me to have to be quiet."
She's welcome to speak on anything she wants in here, truly and honestly.
I think she just wants to dump all her money into super chats right now.
Just saying, and we want her comments are just as important too. Everybody's opinion is, so let her know she's more than welcome.
She knows a lot about this case. She knows a lot. She's tracking it, y'all. I guarantee it.
I have she don't have to dump the money. Where's she at?
There's been conversations that her boyfriend, Dylan's boyfriend, was there. possibly because she never called him. And going through a traumatic experience would be the first person you would contact would be your spouse or your loved one, or the one you're closest to. She never did, and that came from
Wow.
a police officer that said that he's pattern behavior is something he knows from seeing
Oh yeah.
previous experience. And he goes, "Why didn't she call her boyfriend, Dago?" And I was like, "I don't know." And he goes, "Maybe because he was standing next to her." And I was like, "Well, I don't know." It's a good point. It really is. But these are the things we don't know, which is why we enjoy having your thoughts on these to help us to understand some of the other stuff we don't get. So,
Well, the fact that she didn't call him speaks volumes. It
Yeah.
speaks volumes.
I can
Yeah.
agree.
That is a very peculiar truth. If that's a case in point fact, I mean, that is a glaring fact.
Right. Right. It's
And
just
no one ever asked her. I don't think there was one interview about that.
Well, my wife showed me a tweet, I believe, from him, and he said, "Never been to Moscow."
It's a lie.
That's not reliable. I've
Right.
never been to Moscow. If you have never done something, you would confidently say never. He couldn't say I.
He's been there. He's been
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And
That's
here's the thing.
unreliable denial.
Your girlfriend is in Moscow. You're in Boise. You never visited your girlfriend? Come on, bro.
College
Let's be
student.
honest.
Come on, bud.
Right. There's no way. There's no way. I just, you'll never make me believe that. Never. And then they said that he had an alibi. He had an alibi because he called her phone from Boise, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, the kid was a drug dealer. So, and I'm not trying to be, a certain type of way with this, but a lot of these guys have more than one phone. It would be very easy to leave your phone in Boise and be in Moscow at the same time on a what do we call those phone? Burner phone. End of story. Missing footage from the whole thing. So I mean, guys, there's a lot of things that point to it. So yes, I'm just saying,
Well,
I'm not going to put it past there.
What about the DNA? I mean, this is really confusing. We have Xana put up a fight. We have tons of slashing going on. There should be DNA everywhere. I mean, this is such a brutal, non-professional murder.
Yeah.
That it's unbelievable. That my understanding is the only DNA was on a sheath under fingernails. My goodness,
There was. It was everywhere. They just never tested it.
Yeah, there was unknown male DNA found that they never tested ever.
A,
So
B, C, D, under fingernails, everywhere. They just never tested it.
Yes, they identified many. And there's also other objects like the bracelet we talked about, other objects that never got tested. Some things never even got taken into evidence.
there was hair found in Ethan's hand that they listed in the autopsy results as debris. And nobody knew what the hell it was until it came out within the book that there was a clump of hair in the man's hand. Hair is hair, debris is debris. You see what I'm saying?
Do you know what the hair looked like?
It looked like
Do you wanna-
Dylan's hair.
Do you want to know what the hair looked like? Yeah, it looked like Dylan's color
It
and
looked like
length.
Dylan's hair. It's a little wild, dude. A little wild.
It's wild.
Yeah. There was hair upstairs in Maddie and Kaylee's bed too, but not
That was more
as
of a black
dramatic
hair.
as a
Yeah.
clump being in Ethan's hand. Yeah.
So you guys have looked at this case. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Please.
So let's say that that was Dylan's hair, for example. Why would they not just go for her? What do you speculate as to why?
I connections to other people.
Yep. And that other person, I ain't even gonna say it.
But it's not even just a person, it's other
Yeah.
organizations.
Yeah, it could
Okay.
be.
Something going on with law enforcement. There's other
Mm-hmm.
creators that are digging into that area aspect of it. Because it just, it doesn't make sense. Like there was obviously a cleanup and they like avoided speaking about that.
Completely. They went around it.
There's rumors of a possible confidential informant being in the house. Something we know the DoorDash driver, if that's the accurate DoorDash driver, there's hard evidence she was probably a confidential informant. Were did the cops mess up? Were they supposed to be watching that house? There's a lot of possibilities, but
Was Dia an informant?
we can't
And he was
Right,
going off
and
the
then-
suss
rails.
it out yet. Those are the things
Yeah.
that we keep looking into.
And one of the big things was it's been put out by more than one creator, is that the organization that she may be close to, okay, that her boyfriend's father, her boyfriend's godfather, I think it is, even possibly her father, were very close possibly to this organization, who is a very scary organization. It's a criminal organization that could be very threatening and could be the reason why. There's a question asked to Dylan at one point, which I believe she tells on herself, and I think it's the Gooch interview. I think, don't quote me, but I think, where they say, Dylan, basically, why would they leave you alone and just go right past you? And she comes back with, well, I think they knew me and I think they were protecting me.
Surprise.
She
Now,
literally
Travis,
says that.
literally word for word what I just said to you. Now you tell me what you would take as an interviewer when somebody says that to you.
I think they knew me.
I think they knew me and were trying to protect me. Right.
She was trying to gain friends someplace else. She knew these people half wrote her off, and she was super pissed that Kaylee was leaving and whatever, but that's my personal opinion. And she's like, oh, well, I'm just going to get these people. These other people want to pay attention to me. I'll set them up.
I think she was already involved with those people, and then when it
Yeah.
came down to
they're part of her shitty friend circle.
That's how that played out. But that statement alone has always stuck with me, Travis. The whole, I mean, I wanted the answer to that. What, that's a great question. Why do you think they left you alone, Dylan, and walked right by you when you saw this person? I think he knew me and wanted to protect me. And I went, what?
Yeah. Bethany was
What?
blindsided.
That is crazy. Yeah, I think I remember her saying that in the Gooch interview.
Yeah. That was a big capital letter WTF statement. And I was just like, I can't let that go. I'm sorry. You can't. And they didn't even follow up with it. You know what I mean? As they don't do.
That is, that's wild. I mean, it would make sense. It would make sense as to why they did do all the things that they've done.
Oh, right.
And
right.
Yeah, that would make sense of it all. I mean, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down on all this.
Yeah.
In my mind lately, with all these interviews coming out, and there was even an interview of an unrelated death over in the state of Washington, but it gave us so much information about the fraternities and how the substances. There were a couple people that we always suspected were the ones in the houses selling it, but this person literally says it on camera and just laid it all out, and so some of our speculations are starting to get verified.
Yeah, and your wife can probably tell you exactly what I was talking about without saying what I was saying, because if she's been listening, she knows. But that, again, I know Logan, she stepped away for a minute, but she heard that too. And the statement, remember the statement Dylan made when they asked her, Dylan, why do you think they left you alone and walked right by you? And she turned right to him and said, well, I think they knew me and they were trying to protect me. I think every one of us kind of fell out of our chair when she said that and went, oh, okay, there you go.
That's crazy.
It's kind of big to me,
When she explains Kaylee running down the stairs, she says, I just thought it was weird that I didn't hear any other footsteps behind her. And most of us said, well, you usually don't report on hearing your own footsteps.
Exactly.
You just reminded me of something that I haven't gotten to the analysis yet, but as I just kind of scanned through this and I listened to it originally. Anyway, Bethany says at one point, and then I was leaving, I went to grab a backpack from our friend's room. And I thought that was really interesting because why would she be telling us about grabbing a backpack? Not my backpack, a backpack. That I sat there and stared at that for a couple of minutes, just like, that's interesting.
Oh, when she was leaving Sigma Chi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that leakage?
No, I don't have any problem saying that Pov is right. I've been following Pov's theory for quite a while at this point
Yeah.
now, which is where that comes from. I mean, he's been on point with a lot of things lately.
He put out a good video today on the DNA.
There was a black backpack found in the living room.
Oh, and there was one on Dylan's bed too.
Yeah.
There was a few different variations of. There was a cooler in the backyard found that looks like a backpack. There's a lot of different. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a whole lot of things.
Yeah, this case is wild, man.
It's
It is-
beyond. It goes
it's
beyond.
wild.
Yeah. And that's-
Chat wants to know, Travis, if you have gotten a chance to look into Bethany's statements at all yet.
Yeah, I have analyzed. Let's see. I'll be specific. I've looked at sensitivity indicators all the way. Let's see, it's 9 pages. No, yeah, 9 pages. I've looked at sensitivity indications and like highlighted them. I kind of have a system. I've gone all the way to the beginning of page 8. So I've done 7 of 9. And then each phrase, I just in green, I just write everything I'm seeing. And I've gone down to page. I'm in the middle of page 6 right now.
What's your thoughts so far on her specifically?
He's very different than Dylan. Dylan, we know Dylan.
Yeah.
She conceals a lot. She doesn't provide a lot. I'm not seeing. I mean, man, Dylan was juicy. Dylan was juicy. Bethany's not as juicy. That's for sure.
Right. Right.
Just trying to give you the summary here. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing a whole lot. Definitely some stuff to talk about, and more of kind of like the technicalities of statement analysis. But I still got more to go through. So, but it's just frustrating because this.
Take your time. Take your time. There's a lot going on, I know, and
Yeah.
we don't want to lose you to stress related. I'm walking away from this right now. You know what I mean? We don't want to lose you to that. So take your time. We'll be here.
We
I
all say
promise you.
this case quite often.
Yes, we will all be here. I promise that for sure.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And I love doing this. I really do. I really enjoy statement analysis, and my wife has got my corner. And so that's everything. The day she's like, hey, this is taking too much of a toll on me, I'm going to be gone, man. I'm done. So
Sure,
this is on her. And obviously I need to balance my life, but
Yeah, it's a balance for sure.
yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I'm not always good at that. I can be horrible at that. I love working. I love just doing.
Well, hey, bud, anytime you want to bounce and come back, just hit us up.
Oh, you're always welcome to come back anytime.
Oh,
Truly
yes.
and honestly, I hope you do too, because there's going to be more to come. I promise you, there's going to be more to come, and we would love to hear more from you for sure.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm getting through it. I'm getting there. There's a couple things, and I mean, I'm eager to go through the not the DoorDash, but the Uber guy, and even the DoorDash lady.
I think Molly's
That's-
interview is going to be hellacious for you. I do believe that one. She's the DoorDash one because there's so many lies that have already been exposed. It's just going to be incredible for you, I think.
The analysis would be so much better if we had investigators that asked open-ended questions. That's just such a
Right.
bummer. I mean, Bethany's, there's 2 hours of interviewing, and with redactions and closed-ended questions, there's just not a lot of meat on the bone, even with 2 hours.
Yep.
And so, but with this, I was just going to say, I'll finish up with this Bethany one. It was really bad. I mean, there's just this guy was so focused on timeline rather than just tell me what happened.
Right. And let me ask you real fast. I mean, you've seen a few of these interviews at this point, and you've seen the investigators, the questions that they're asking that seem very leading, and like you just said. So, like, I'm telling you, and every one of us sitting here will tell you the same thing. Every one of these interviews that are given, every single one have the same type of questions. They're very leading. They're very like they basically in a couple of the interviews, I think we've all pointed out watching them. They basically ask a question and then they turn and answer it for them. It's insane.
You know what's some insane shit too? We got different agencies doing these.
Oh yeah, multiple agencies
Same shit.
are doing it. So you know, listen, and there's no follow up questions when like big statement. Okay, let me give you just going back real quick. My head's everywhere. I'm sorry. I'm
No, you're
very
good,
severe
bro. I'm with you.
ADHD, so I'm trying to give you this all at one time. Sorry. That statement I gave you where Dylan was asked that question. Okay, why do you think they left you alone? She answers the question. Now, if you were a police investigator and you were investigating this case, and she said that to you, would you or would you not come back with like, well, why? Why would you say that? Why do you think that? Absolutely not. Nothing like that exists in these. It's crazy, dude. There's no follow up. There's no nothing. And I just wanted to know just a quick, like, what do you think with that? With all this leading and all this, close ended and all this stuff. It's crazy to me.
So with the Dylan one that I did point out that the detective does seem to be genuinely confused and does circle back sometimes. And so it was a mixed bag. It was like, what are you doing? And then there was also like, hey, that's just a good job, you know? And
Mhm.
so I felt very torn about that with him. With the Bethany one that I'm looking at, I just don't think he's very good at this. That was my impression. He did seem very compassionate. So I don't, just from a human perspective, I just think he was misguided. But all that to say as well is I'm not an expert in that. You know, Peter Hyde would be
Sure.
the man,
Sure.
right? He deals with them and deals with both sides so much
Absolutely.
that, but I really got the impression from Peter that this is a prevalent problem. People don't believe in words. They don't believe in statement analysis. They don't believe that people will literally tell them, they'll tell on themselves all the time, you know,
Right.
they'll
Right.
leak it. And there's just this lack of belief. And he says that statistics have shown that in law enforcement, after a certain amount of time, their deception detection is horrible. It's like 0% because they're so jaded they don't believe anybody. And
Right.
so I think it's a really big problem. And but yeah, I mean, it is concerning. I'm open to the idea that there was leadership telling them, "Hey, this is what we're looking to do. Do you understand? Fall in line," kind of thing. You know, and I've also
Okay.
heard that,
Okay.
you know, my wife has told me recently that the department had come under fire from sexual abuse claims and they've lost people. And you know, this was a very interesting time politically in America, and a lot of things were going on, and there was a cultural things going on. I mean, there's just so many elements that
Yeah.
it's very complex.
Agreed. It
Very
is.
complex.
This is why 4 years into this, we're all still sitting here going,
Oh, I get it. I get
you know
it.
what I mean? Still looking for some kind of weird, a strange, like, okay, here it is. You know, this is the answer, so on and so forth. And nobody gets anything. It's crazy. So,
Well, you guys
Um,
give me the impression that you guys are really just trying to find the truth. I want to say that. Like I
that's it.
I feel a lot of genuine just truth
We
seeking
appreciate
from you
you.
guys. Yeah. So I'm
Thank
vibing
you.
with you. Yeah.
Sky asked a question, and she wanted to know if Travis knows that Kaylee was lured back to town to Moscow by Dylan that weekend. And I just wanted her to know that yes, we went over that on Wednesday on the show that Travis and I did. So he does know.
Allegedly.
Make
Right.
sure. Yeah, she asked a couple of times, so I wanted to make sure she knows that yes, he does know that.
Which,
Which,
if that's true, that's another string.
right. Yeah, it is.
I
Yeah,
mean, that's how it all really that's kind of where it all started,
Supposed to be
really.
evolved from. Yeah.
It's in
and
the
that
reports. Those are that statement is in the police reports.
it is, and it came also from one of the victim's mother's mouths, like directly. I mean, I know it's a thing. That's somebody else you should look into too. I think a lot of people are curious, Travis, if you were ever going to review and analyze the Gonsalves family's statements that have been made, because I've seen that in the chat a few times, and I think it'd be interesting to see what you think, truly and honestly. So,
Well, the way I see this is I popped into YouTube just to, hey, we'll see what happens, you know, throw a rock into a pond. And
sure.
for me personally, like I am just shocked at how much support, how many subscribers I have. And so I'm a loyal person. Like Idaho 4 is the genesis of my whole YouTube thing. So
Right.
I know people want me to go through all this. I am going to go through it. And I'm going to go through every transcript that I can. I might fold in others, you know.
Sure. Good stuff. Yeah.
In fact, Peter said there's a 40% rule that when you get your mind off of a statement, you move on and you just completely engulf yourself in something else. And then you come back and revisit the analysis. That's actually part of his training to then go back and you'll find 40% more information.
See, I'm gonna tell my
Interesting.
husband that because he
I
always
believe it.
laughs at me that I can watch things like multiple times and be like, oh, I never, yeah, that's great. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes. Her husband is our favorite guilter. He's the only one that does it without being mean to people.
We
I guess
make
you could
videos
say.
together sometimes debating the
Yes.
case.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool,
You gotta just
cool.
trail off and watch squirrel videos sometimes or something.
Senior Wazowski wants to know, Travis, what kind of guitar is that behind you?
I
It's
wanted
a-
to know that too.
Don't you grab it?
The
Yeah.
Fender? Yeah, you can
Absolutely.
if you want to. It's up to you. It looks like a Fender. It is
It's
a
a
Fender.
Fender Strat.
awesome.
Yes. Nice. I like the color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love the colors.
Very cool. Very
My,
cool.
my dad got that for me.
Very cool. What kind of an amp do you play through, if I can ask?
Yeah, he got that for me, I think as a birthday present back in
Oh,
06.
Right.
So,
What kind of an amp do you like to play through, if I can ask?
so at church, I just play. I play through the. I play through.
PA system?
Oh, my worship leader is going to kill me right now. I play through what everyone plays through the little pedal board that.
Oh, okay. I get it. I know what you mean.
Everyone's playing through them now, but I love my Vox. It's a hand wired AC-15 Vox.
Oh, okay.
So if I wasn't at church, that's probably what I'd be playing. But I also have a Mesa Boogie half stack triple rectifier.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Mesa Boogie, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I play Les Paul at church. I did
Nice.
play the Strat for a while. My dad got me a Tuxedo's Telly that I jam a lot. He's fixing right now, and but yeah, I do like metal and stuff. But I've recently learned country and stuff like that. So
Very
So
cool.
the question
Very
is, you got to go play at church tomorrow?
I
Yeah.
do. Yeah, I
That's
actually got to
what's
practice.
Well, we need to let him get out of here at some point
Yeah.
for sure. You said you play. You like metal?
Oh yeah, I'm a big
Who
fan
do
of metal.
you? Who I have to ask this now because you
Yeah.
said that's my word right there. Who do you like the most?
I like a lot of metal. Right now, I've been actually jamming Vandenplas. It's a European band.
Wow, no way. Nobody
Yeah.
talks about them.
Yeah, Thrice is like probably my all-time favorite band. Love Thrice. I know
Very
that,
cool.
yeah. So, but
They have a little-
in Texas, there's a local band called Blacktop Mojo. They're not really metal; they're more slow jam. But man, they're good too.
Damn, we have a lot in common. I'll say that. Nobody talks about that. Nobody. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I know a lot of music, well, especially pre 2010. I don't listen to a whole lot of stuff since then, but yeah.
do you read music? Do you know how to read music as well?
I started to. I actually started picking up piano and started to, but no, not really.
I played piano since I was 6, so I read music and can
Nice,
teach myself
cool.
anything. So yeah, we
Cool,
should start a
good.
band someday.
I didn't
Heck
know
yeah.
that, Logan.
That's awesome. That's cool.
That is cool as hell. I love that. Another musician that we have on. There's so many musicians on
Mhm.
YouTube. It's insane. There's tons of them. It's crazy.
Yep. Hey, I'm in the back with you, Kimmy. It's all right.
Yep.
You
All
guys
right,
can be
well-
like tambourine and lead singer. Come on.
Tambourine.
There you go. Yeah, tambourine players. Gotta have them. Gotta have them. What
I
part
play
of
the
Texas,
tambourine.
Tandy, wanted to know where you're at in Texas, brother, if you don't mind?
I'm in East Texas, so I'm almost like to the Louisiana border. Like I'm in the somewhere between Longview and Nacogdoches. I'll say that.
Okay, got you. There you go, Miss Tandy. They're from Texas as well. Her
Oh,
and
cool.
her wife. And then she asked too. That's the other one. They're both together. So yes, absolutely.
We're way out in the country, man. We're deep East Texas. So,
Got you. Got you. Got you.
but I'm from Utah. I moved out here in 2020, so I'm a Salt Lake City boy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Uh-oh.
Circus Maximus. Yeah, that really started the whole European bands.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That would be the wife asking that one. She's
Yeah,
like,
Circus. Yeah, that was good. She said that. Yeah, 11, I think, is that album. It's like the best album, one of the best albums in the world.
Got you. Got you. Got you. Well, okay. Do you have any last questions? Or I know we really need to let you go. You've been here like way longer than we expected. So, Oh, that's right. My other moderator, Kat, she said she lives an hour from Longview, so right there. Absolutely.
So do I.
There you go. There you go.
Neighbors.
Yep. You guys probably will be next door. You never know.
Never know.
Do you have any questions for us, Travis, or any last thoughts or feelings or anything?
No, I just want to thank you all so much. I just really, really appreciate it. I had a blast, and you guys are awesome.
Oh, as did we.
This
I
was
can
great.
promise you. Yes.
Yeah, so informative.
Awesome.
I love this angle. I think you came at the right time. We needed
Yes.
this in this case. It's just a different way to investigate.
Mhm.
Very informative.
It's very helpful and justifying. I agree.
Yes,
The
sir.
last thing I wanted to say to you was please eat that frog, swallow that frog. Please.
Yes.
I think that would be excellent. But balance your time. Balance
Yeah.
your time.
Yes. Take your time. Take your time. Anything else, Miss Kim, you want to add since we do this?
I had stepped away for a moment, but I'm happy that he got what my name means, typically unique. I heard you comment on it. So thank
Yes.
you.
Love that name.
Just thanks to my chat and everybody for showing up and everybody watching on all the channels. Have a great night, guys.
Absolutely. Yes. Mikey, I won't pull you up because I know you don't like it. Any last thoughts, sir?
Well, I'm not going to push the envelope like Kim, but we appreciate you, Travis, for coming
Absolutely.
on. And I couldn't agree more with Logan. Like I had said earlier, I think this is probably the best time that you could come into this.
Very
But,
perfect.
yep,
Very
and
perfect.
thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight.
Absolutely.
Ladies
And of
gents.
course, Miss Logan again.
Whoa, I'm like bright light over here.
He knows how to do
I
it.
just want to thank everybody for being here, everybody's wonderful questions, everybody tuning in, all the supers and chats, and how generous everybody is, and definitely the panel for having me, and for Travis spending all of his evening with us. So thank your kids, thank your wife, thank your pets, because we appreciate them for allowing you to have give us so much of your time.
Yes.
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. I would
Ditto.
say thank you, sir. Any last thoughts or anything, Travis, for you?
No, man, I got a lot of work to do. I'm excited to do it. And yeah, I just thank y'all for listening. And thank you so much again for the offer, the invite. And man, great questions. And I love it because, iron sharpens iron. Like this is making me dive into it even more and do better analysis for y'all.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to some future conversations with us as well. And again, I want to thank you again and your wife, like Logan said, your children, for giving us your Saturday evening. We do appreciate that so very much. Again, like I said, I know we're all looking forward to anything in the future that we can do together. Thank you, sir, so very much for what you're doing. And again, I agree with everybody. You did come at the right time. This was something that's very needed, I think, and justifiable. I want to thank all the moderators for being here. As always, thank you for what you do. We wouldn't exist without you, as well as all the beautiful people in all of our channels. You guys are absolutely amazing. At that point, I'm going to go ahead and say, Travis, thank you so much for being here once again. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. And I hope that we can see you soon, sir.
God bless, guys. Thank you so much.
Take
Good
care,
night.
my friend. All right.
Appreciate
guys.
you.
Have a good night.
Yes, sir.
Thank
too.
you.
All right, guys. Absolutely amazing show. Thank you all again. Logan, Kim, and Mikey, thank you guys for giving me the honor to join you to do this. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Dago. This was, I think, one of my favorite shows so far. This was amazing.
Yeah, it was good.
It was
I
awesome.
really like
I
this.
am
Yeah.
beyond grateful. I can't even remember how I got in contact with him, but I think it had something to do with his wife. If it
Yeah.
did, thank you so much again.
I think it'll
You guys
stem
are
from Miss up
yes,
here in the top
Miss Logan.
right.
Thank you, Miss Logan.
And
And
yeah.
if nobody has seen Wednesday's show, guys, I'm asking you again, please go watch Logan's show Wednesday with Travis. It was absolutely amazing. Truly, it was. Guys, I think Travis's channel is sitting at 780 some odd subscribers.
Oh, come on, guys.
Oh, man.
We can get this man to 1,000 subscribers with no fault right here. I'm
Don't you
telling
guys want to see him go live and do shows in live
Yes.
digs? Come on, he
Yes.
needs 1,000 to go live.
And
Let's get in there.
let's drop that link in every channel we can, in every aspect that we can. Please and thank you. Thank you, Mike. Guys, please subscribe to Travis T. Logic. The man is amazing. Okay. And I just see much more to come. I'm grateful for the partnerships that we can form now with him as well as the West, the community. I'm just excited for it. So please take that link and run with it.
Get
Spread
him
it
to
out.
1,000, you guys. Let's get them to 1,000.
I think we truly can do that. I truly do think we can do that, guys. I've seen it happen before, without a doubt. So please go check it out and get it done. You guys are amazing as always. And that being said, you know what comes next.
Yeah,
Can't wait. I hope you guys have a great rest of your week coming up. And with at that point, guys, I guess I'm gonna have to say
the verdict is in.
See you, bye.
That's all she wrote, folks. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm sure. Is anybody in here going to be live tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
No, I will be at some point, I'm sure.
Who
So
am I
hopefully
answer?
I'll see you guys then. Thank you, Jeff, for that.
Yeah.
And
thanks,
everybody
Jeff.
else that has, we appreciate that very much, guys. Truly and honestly, this guy, he deserves it, guys. He really does. So thank you guys. Have an amazing night.
Night.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe scenes, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Looking for the motive in the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring. Dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room.